Good morning, Camille. How you doing? Oh, all right. We're awake. We're moving. I feel a little bit like waking up in a shitty pyro station is about as appropriate as can be in Star Citizen right now. Nature of the beast, right? Finally, the weekend. Glad to hear that you're doing well today. Always good to be free of the weekly chores of work. Ah, pyro. All right, let's see. I want to see if I can buy some AO3 ammo while I'm up and moving because they keep forgetting to do it. Although I don't actually remember if it's available at the stores here. Because, you know, somebody at CIG thought it would be a good idea to control basics even in the current state of the game. I feel like there should be AO3 ammo available because there's 8 bajillion NPCs running around with AO3 sniper rifles, but no optics. Of course not. Let's try that again. A03. There we go. All right. To the backpack.
So what's up?
Hey, good to see you.
Been looking into getting one of those sight adjusters that automatically compensate.
And how much do I have in the way of...
No idea how the hell it works, but it's pretty insane tech.
I guess I'll buy some. See, what is with these stupid NPCs? What is this shit, CIG?
Hey, good to see you. What can I do?
I mean, I'm in the corner at the terminal. P8SC. Couple of grenades.
I'm about to go get a piece of those frontier fighters myself. I mean, maybe they had a leg to stand on a month ago, but they knocked out a buddy of mine claiming he was a sympathizer.
Yeah, I didn't think I could buy any of that other stuff here, but that's fine.
Pretty wild.
All right.
Can I get you something?
Look at all those great displays for weapons that are totally empty. Awesome. Doing great. I'm not hypercritical at all. Not at all. I'm like, do I want to do missions here in Pyro? Or do I just get better performance and have less overall headaches if I just go do them in Stanton? That's my trade-off right now. Right? Because it's the same content. Right? It's all the same bullshit. I either fly patrols, or I go and I save a ship, or I go and I murder a ship. I mean, that's it, right? We got ABC. Those are our choices. I mean, doing it in Pyro the last 2 days, at least it's changing things up a little bit, right? But the performance is crappier. And half the time the mission sites are at asteroid bases that want to shoot at me. Of course, in Stanton, right, sometimes the missions that we have to do are at bunkers where turrets are going to shoot at me. So, 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system.
There's my MX.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Will it be on the floor? That's the question, right? I'm almost afraid to see it. It's like, I really don't need that slap in the face. So please spawn correctly, ship. All right, praise Pico. Why is my power not? Well, that's part of it. All right. Let's find us something to do. Sure would be nice if we could, you know, filter the missions. Would be nice. Filter for location, filter for pay, filter for employer. Filter for mission type. I don't know. I mean, I know I'm a heretic. Who needs that stuff, right? Having 50 missions to sort through or 120 missions to sort through. That's a good thing, right? Clearly. Why do I not have the ability to spool to this? Hello? Why? Because I'm still set on Gaslight. All right, of course. Of course. I guess I have not set fancy cinematic cams for this ship, since it's no longer the QI. There we go.
All right. Head to cover and power down your ship.
All right. Hide ship signature. And, you know, it would be nice if we could maybe... Dude, I hit scan mode. If we could scan somehow and find out what the strength of this signature is. Does it show in the... let's see. Maybe it does show on the readout and I just don't know. Yeah, I think so. Although I don't think I currently have it bound to the mouse wheel scroll anymore because they used the mouse wheel for something else. But I'm pretty sure we can still focus the ping. Okay, all right, so it does show.
Time to wait.
Okay, so I shouldn't have to power down because the signature on this cloud is like 50K. Right? I can't actually see it. I didn't even think about that being a thing. We see the surrounding environment. But what should happen here is scanning. I should come to the area, and it should tell me to find a place to mask my signature, and then I should be able to use scanning to show me where I can hide the ship, right? And I should be able to tuck right under one of these asteroids. I shouldn't have to worry about the gas cloud anyway, right? Rather than a marker that says here, hide here, which is dumb. Of course, me actively pinging is probably a bad idea.
Oh no. Get ready. There's company coming your way.
Alright, where's my boy? Hey, what's up, bro? I got a message for some some friends of yours at Boxwell. They say they really don't much care for the way that you've been doing business. So, you've been terminated. I did some adjusting on my curves today, and it feels a little better.
It would tough, but you would suffer. Hey, nice work. Foxwell appreciates it. I'll get your money sent.
I think it feels better overall. And you know, I was watching a video actually on YouTube this morning. And I guess there are some ESP irregularities and problems in the current build that just kind of make things trash. So it's not just me. I know my aim sucks these days, but
target destroyed.
I guess that there's more to it than just that. Which made me feel a little bit better about myself and a whole lot worse about the state of the game. So, awesome. Of course, this is probably the number one reason why I should just go to Stanton and do missions, right? Because I could probably just go sit in the yellow belt and do these missions all day long and not have to worry about not having any contracts available because I happen to be in the middle of nowhere. So, thanks, CIG. Yeah, I hear they're making an Elden Ring movie, and I don't know what to think. I kind of like the lore, right? I played the game. I didn't stream any of it, but I did play about 400 hours of Elden Ring. So I liked it. So I'm hoping it's going to be good. It certainly has the right flavor of lore to be really interesting. Yeah. And I mean, it sounds like one of those dream projects, right? It's like, well, here we got a guy that's running the movie that's going to be fantastic. It's a really interesting lore to work with. It's a popular IP. How could they mess it up, right? Blink, blink. I'm looking at you, Amazon Game Studios. Of course, now there's a bunch of fucking idiots working on those shows, right? Not a bunch of people that we know to be well-established entertainment content creators. So that does alleviate some of the worries. But also, you can look at Disney Marvel. I mean, the first 20 Marvel movies were fantastic, and then everything went to shit. Yeah, that's cool. I hope it's good. I do. I hope it's good. I do. I hope it's good. Part of me is hoping that Robert Jordan will be involved in some way so that all of the people that are waiting for Winds of Winter will be outraged that he's got one more distraction from actually finishing that book. And part of me hopes he's not involved because he really should finish the fucking book. But as long as the guy's going to make a good movie, that's what really matters. And the only reason I even mentioned, I said Jordan, I meant Martin. The only reason I even mentioned Martin, of course, is because he worked on the lore. with the original game, at least. I don't know that he had anything to do with the follow-up, but hopefully they respect the IP and make some good entertainment. All right. Okay, you know, what's really weird to me is I'm looking at my Twitch stream manager, right? And your chat just showed up where you said he made silverware and all that. But Chatty, I mean, that was a full minute and a half ago, 2 minutes ago almost. Why is the Twitch page so much slower than the IRC client? That seems inexcusable for me as the content creator to be dealing with that chat that slow. Good job, Twitch. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Glitch. How are you doing, sir? All right, let's get back out of the middle of nowhere so we can actually get a contract. And because we're not that far away, I don't understand why I can't just get a freaking contract, CIG. Nice sunny day. Doing good? That's good. We've got good weather too today. It's not too hot yet. It's beautiful out. The garden is looking good. I tell you the one thing, that we've got this giant question mark on our head. Our squash, we have a crap ton of female flowers on our squash, but the male flowers all seem to still be tiny and underdeveloped. So we're worrying about them pollinating and getting actual large fruit. Usually the male flowers grow first, so I don't really understand what's going on with our squash. They look really healthy otherwise. We've got a crap ton of tomatoes coming in, and the strawberries are all starting to get red and fill out now too. Nom nom nom. All right, contracts, mercenary. There we go. We'll do a patrol. Maybe we'll get lucky and there'll be an ace pilot in the mix. I'd like to get a couple of helmets so that maybe I could get some grade A components. No. Why are we still... Hello? There it is. I was like, where's the cancel button?
Fox will appreciate you covering that patrol. But don't go out low on ammo and other essentials.
Bro,
Like-
bite me. I've got energy weapons. I don't have low ammo.
Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he created the lore single-handedly or anything, but George R. R. Martin was involved in the Elden Ring lore, yeah. Which I didn't know until after I was already messing with the game. I'm surprised there wasn't more tragedy involved. Although there was plenty of tragedy. That's kind of a tongue-in-cheek comment in case somebody doesn't know. But I enjoyed Elden Ring a lot. I kind of want to get Night Rain. Admittedly, I'm older and slower and have had a stroke since then, so...
Quantum travel complete.
But I did enjoy it, despite the fact that the PC launch for Elden Ring was a little rough. There was some really pretty bad, choppy performance issues. You know, you'd have these latency stalls in the middle of a boss fight, and it was just not fun.
Running a scan. Maintain your
But despite all of that, you know, like I said, I played like 400 hours of it. Search the area. If we had decent scanning, right, that would actually deliver some information beyond a simple ping, this kind of gameplay would feel more interesting, right? If I could scan and see, okay, the rocks here mostly blah, 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 there are traces of this kind of element that used to be valuable. blah, 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 blah. Energy signatures seem nominal within the area, whatever, blah, blah, blah. If we were actually getting some information, then waiting for the mission to progress would not feel so weird.
Don't see anything here.
Yes, you already told me that there's nothing here. I don't understand that repetition either, but... Scanning V2 win. Bounty hunting V2 win. Scanning upgrade blade available on the pledge store. Only $99.95. I was gonna say $99.99, but pennies are going the way of the Dodo next year. Apparently, we've decided to stop making pennies because it costs something like 3.9 cents per penny to mint a penny. I can't imagine why the U.S. government has driven us into a massive deficit over the last couple of decades. The mission is currently temporary unavailable. Finally, protect the ship. Yeah, I mean, we've still got tons in circulation, so I don't know why we had to keep minting them anyway. I mean, the argument for keeping them fresh, for keeping them at all, is that, you know, it supposedly keeps low prices lower, which I'm just not sure I buy.
Contact received.
All channels! I'm under attack! Please!
I know, bro.
If you hear this, help me!
Where'd that missile go? Hello? I got a hard lock on this guy.
Missile lock.
All right, at least that one's going.
Shield under attack.
I'm heading out.
Destroyed.
Take care.
Contact received.
I'm not seeing anything on the scans. I think you're good. We're clear here.
Yeah, I know. Get out of the way so I can see my scanning information, please. Just one dead guy. Just always kind of curious, you know, what's in the... It would be nice if there was a little something to be had in these missions. Even if they just randomized the pilot loot. That would be kind of cool. Loki, stop it. Quit yelling because you see somebody outside. There we go again. Hey, look, you're ready to jump. Go to push the button. Ah, reset. Calibrate again, fool. That's it. That explains why we keep them in circulation, right? Sounds about right. And I mean, of course, you know, they used to have value, right? Because pennies used to be copper. Now there's like no copper in pennies anyway for like decades now. So, whatever, man. I'm so irked at the financial state of my country. I can't tell you. Everything is so expensive. Inflation is insane. And I mean, I know I sound like an old man.
Not seeing anything yet. I'm gonna do a deeper scan.
But
Stand
it's just ridiculous.
by. Scans are showing outlaws inbound.
Just ridiculous how expensive stuff is. I mean, you know, the stuff that you need from the grocery store on the regular, you know, is like 400% of the price it was 20 years ago. Sorry, 400% inflation on groceries is disgusting. It's not okay in any way, shape, or form.
Missile lock.
Kerbonk.
Contact received.
How come I can't target this ship all of a sudden, CIG? I didn't see a freaking noise cloud. Again, I can't target the ship. Can you amateurs please get back to work and make ship
All right,
fucking behave
I'll see you in
properly?
the house. I think you're in the clear.
And a couple of salvage ships, which I guess are unrelated.
Scans are clean.
I see 2 hostiles, but scans are clean. It's all good, bro. I love that. The freaking scan MFD. Zoop. He's gone. Here we go again, right? Can we get a contract? Can we get a contract? Hey, we're still in the neighborhood. We can get a contract. All right, we got about an hour, and then we can go check out the Anvil Asgard.
Foxwell here. Thanks for taking the contract. Make sure to gear up before you...
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's a carryover from our...
Right there.
Hello? What was that? I guess it's a carryover from our, you know, our national origins from the British. Because, yeah, we don't call them pennies or pence. I mean, we do call them pennies, but they're not. It's our money is not called a pence. It's a cent. I don't know. What's kind of interesting to me is our monetary system seems fairly decimal, right? Which makes sense, of course, because that makes the math simple. But not our measurement. We've still stuck with the English measurement by and large. I mean, you know, many Americans do understand metric measurements, but
Quantum travel complete.
just got delivered. All right, before I creep into this cloud, let me get whatever's on the porch. I'll be right back, y'all. More insulin. Insulin. See, like, I should be able to ping this cloud or scan this cloud area and get some information on the rocks, get some information on the gas cloud, what the ambient signature will look like, what might I not be able to see in that cloud because of the whatever the environmental signature might be, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, hey, who needs real exploration gameplay in Star Citizen, right?
Looks all clear.
Well, you know, when you decide to give me my next waypoint, there we go.
Shield off.
We're clear here.
Yes, you already said that.
Quantum travel engaged.
He's such a pest. Exploration gameplay coming in the pledge store. Yep. If this year is the year of marketing and monetization, what will we get next year? More of the same, right? I mean, that's the answer. My chair is being very difficult. It wants to be like 1 centimeter to the left of where I want it to be so that I feel centered.
Quantum travel complete.
Next year is the year of monetization and marketing, right? Yes, of course. Why fix what's not broken, right, CIG? That's right. Maybe next year we'll have different kinds of ammunition for our FPS weapons.
Yeah, we need you to check.
And they'll all be on the cash store before they're available in the game, right? Incendiary rounds. There you go. You can get 10,000 for only $4.99. Acid rounds, 10,000 for $4.99. I know that it'd be more like $19.99. I'm totally kidding myself. We are talking about the year of macro transactions too, right? Extra strong med pens, only $7.99. Don't have time to craft those tier 3 components? Get your hot, fresh tier 3 grade A military power plant for only $39.95. Every bullet has to be bought to go along with the having to actually load them all individually by hand, right?
Uh-oh. Getting some strange readings from that satellite. Just to be safe, go ahead and neutralize it. Head to the next point.
New subscription model.
Let me confirm.
Well, I've always
That
suspected
satellite is friendly and
that subscription, if you paid for a monthly subscription, you would get some upgrade to insurance, right? I still believe that will be part of the future monetization model. If you've got, if you're paying monthly for a subscription, then you've got regular LTI, right? If you've got the $20 subscription, maybe you have, the higher tier of LTI, and it covers some percentage of your cargo or in your inventory contents, who knows? But I've always thought that was going to be a thing, like for years and years and years. Now I'm 100% sure there will be some kind of benefit from the subscriptions. They're not going to go away. Not that it matters to me anymore, because no new money, including sub fees. That shit is canceled.
Contact received.
These should not
That satellite knew
go
that.
green or red until after you scan them.
Caution.
They just shouldn't.
Watch out, enemies heading your way.
No. No, I don't think so because they told us it wouldn't. And I don't think that they're willing to absorb the level of salt that they would get if that turned out to be a lie. I think they'll go with some kind of free-to-play model, well, after the box, right? And it's just will be you will have to make sure that you grind and play to avoid not having to spend new money. Which to be honest, I'm fine with, right? But I'd be willing to bet that the benefits of being a subscriber will be numerous and many. I also believe there will probably be at least 3 tiers of subscription.
Target destroyed.
That was the last scan we needed. Thanks for the help.
Legatus Whale not being able to play without a subscription, yeah.
Scans are clean.
Shield off.
Just pick one and stick to it, you shitty piece of crap. It's like, I'm going to pick the mission point. No, I'm going to pick the location the mission's at. No, I'm going to pick the mission point. No, I'm going to pick the place that the mission's at. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Make one a fucking priority, please, CIG. Give us the ability. You know what? When there's shit really close together like that, just imagine if we could hold some button and then scroll with the mouse wheel or with a hotkey and go choose the next one. Oh yeah, okay, and there we go. Pick that one. Instead of this bullshit. There is so much UE fail in this project. They need to either, if there's one that's already at the company, give them the authority to do so, or they need to hire someone that understands intuitive UE.
Hey, I'm not seeing anything yet. I'm gonna do a deeper scan. Stand by. Heads up. Got hostiles at your location.
Contact received. Shields on. Shield under attack.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like ESP doesn't really work for me on the in a precision mode. Is there separate settings or something? I think that for turret gunners and the like, precision mode is probably really
Looks like you're
important.
clear. Scans are clear of targets.
Just not sure about single seat ships. Doesn't feel very useful.
Don't see anything here.
What is with the follow-up chatter when the mission's done? It's very weird. And of course, we are in the middle of nowhere now, right? Amazing. Amazing. We're not really all that far away from anything.
Shields off. Quantum travel engaged.
It ain't easy being green. That's what Pyro 3 says. Or Pyro 5, sorry, not Pyro 3. Yellow level contract security sweep. Knock out a security patrol. Go to location. Scan designated waypoints. Looks like more of the same. Except maybe there's more hostile shit going on. Alright, that's fine. Sounds good. New objective. Go to patrol coordinates. Can I...
Hey, it's Walton with Foxwell. Courtesy reminder to not head out on patrol.
Can I choose my mission location as a navigation point, CIG? Please? It's interesting. Sometimes you can see how clunky everything is as you're loading into an area.
Looks like you're ready for a security sweep. You should be seeing waypoints. Make your way to each one and ping your scanner.
Shield on.
I can already tell it's good, man, because it's green.
Looks like a monitoring satellite. Seems functional, so we can let it be.
Look how close together these are.
Let's move on.
Contact received.
Hold tight. That satellite isn't registered. You clear to take it out.
Target friendly.
Hostiles inbound. Hold tight. That satellite isn't registered.
Caution.
You clear to take it
Target
out.
friendly.
On to the next one.
So do I not have to kill the guys? Look kind of like I don't have to kill the guys. That's kind of disappointing. I can just push by. I mean, I guess that's fine, right? It's a patrol mission. There should be a bonus for killing the guys. Not that the guys are even awake or cognizant.
And with that, our work here is done. Scans are clean.
Maybe I did have to kill him. It's just it didn't say exactly that in the mission goals. Oh, well, what Legatus means now is what have you done lately? What have you done for me lately? What have you done for me lately? Doesn't matter how big a backer you are. Are you buying the $30 Warbond armor and paint stuff? If not, are you throwing new money at us? No? You're a nobody. New money now, please. That's the current mantra. New money now, please. New money. New money. You're not spending new money? We're not interested. New money now. Subscriber? Here's a box and a t-shirt. New money? Yes, we've got some actually really interesting new art, new paints, new armor, skins, new weapons. For you guys that are willing to spend new money, you can have the cool new modern art aesthetics. Subscribers, box and a t-shirt. Yeah, that's it. 100%. All right, what am I doing, man? I'm at the location.
Running a scan. Maintain your position.
What? What am I doing, man? Your mission is giving me no fucking information. I'm in a security suite mission. What do I do next?
Contact received.
I feel like I'm supposed to be hiding, right? Or something. I don't really understand. I've got no instructions here at all. Where'd that Hornet go?
Scans are showing outlaws inbound.
There we go.
Contact received.
Oh, great. We got turrets to worry about too. I thought I was far enough away from those. Obviously, I was not.
Target destroyed.
I'm not picking up any hostile activity.
You're not. You're not detecting any hostile activity. You're not.
Don't see anything here.
Under attack.
Really?
Failure.
He doesn't detect any fucking hostile activity.
Contact.
Well, you know what? That glaive sure seems like, or blade still seems like hostile activity.
Contact received.
Is he dead? Shit, there's another one.
Shield under attack.
I need some hazard pay, man.
Target destroyed.
Yep, there's another one. We're being attacked by the Vandul, man. But, you know, Mr. Watson there detects no hostile activity.
Target destroyed.
just go do our patrol. I'm gonna need to get repairs here after this stop anyway. I knew I forgot something. I remembered it earlier. I did remember to change it earlier and then didn't do it. Pro streamer. Thank you. Appreciate it. Of course, now that I've changed it, now comes the reason for me to rage quit Star Citizen for the day, right? All right, after I finish this patrol, I need to get the Shield Maiden some chow. Looks like we got about 45 minutes until we can have a look at the Asgard. What I can't figure out right now is my ship wants to run to the right. Right? All my damage is on the left. So what is it exactly that's causing me to veer to the right? It doesn't really make sense to me. I would have expected the opposite. Failing thrusters on the left-hand side, making me drift that way.
Let's make sure the sector's secure. Head to the marked locations and run a scan. Heads up. Got hostiles at your location.
I see that. We've moved on from cutters to nomads. Oh shit. I think that dude shot his own missile. I think. Not sure what else to think there, because I did not have countermeasures set. I was trying to do that when his missile just exploded.
Looks like you're clear. Scans are clear of targets.
When do I get some ace pilots so I can get a helmet, man? I'm sure I gotta rank up for them to pop more often.
We're clear here.
Yeah, I don't know. You're right. I mean, the thing actually is the way that they've got it set up, right? The way that I believe it's set up is we do actually have thrusters, but it's all pre-baked, right? There's a flight model that is assigned to the ship that says it's got 14 thrusters and they thrust in these ways, right? And then if you break off part of a ship, those thrusters are gone, but your IFCS does not recalculate your existing thrusters. It used to be, back in the day, that it would recalculate your existing thrusters so that it would try and compensate, right? So that was why we were having the situation in the last couple of years, right? Where if you blew an engine off of a Cuddy, it wouldn't fly in a straight line no matter what. It just wanted to do this. Because the IFCS figured that the engine was still there. Now, they've done something to improve that situation, but I don't know what. And it may well be exactly what you're saying. Maybe they just fake it all now all the time, no matter what. I just know that when I lose a part of a ship, it does fly different. I'm just not sure exactly how they've calculated it, right? Do they just have pre-baked models and they go, okay, it lost the left part of the ship, we'll just use pre-baked model number 2 instead of number 1. Oh, now we lost the right side of the ship, we'll use pre-baked model number 3. I don't really know. I do know, like, if, for example, if you shoot both engines off of a Gladius, you're going nowhere. So there's something in play, but I do not believe it is what they originally planned on having, which was a live calculation of the thrusters. And, you know, how much damage that they have taken will determine how much thrust they have, and the IFCS actually recalculating so that it would do its job as an intelligent flight control system instead of an idiotic flight control system. But I don't know. All right, let's go get some repairs. And when I hit the hangar, I'm going to go get the Shield Maiden her lunch. Before too long, maybe we'll go ahead and head towards Stanton, because I do want to rent the Asgard before I try and CCU anything. Not really sure why the engines are in sleepy eyes mode. See, we've still got the quantum sounds going on. Why do we have the quantum sounds going on? I'm in flight mode. You know what I want? I want a carrier ship that has the ability to launch its fighters like the old school Galactica with the Vipers. That's what I want, man. You load them up like projectiles and fire them out like a freaking catapult. They come out of the tunnel and all of that shit. That's what I want to see. You want a carrier ship to have purpose? Not every light fighter being able to fly everywhere? Yeah, I know. Right? You know, everything with the size 1 quantum drive has got tremendous range now. It's just... meh. I regret that they made Pyro smaller, right? Because they scaled it down. It used to be, it was going to be bigger, which would have made everything more meaningful. All right, let me get the Shield Maiden her lunch, and I'll be right back, y'all. Back in a moment. Yeah, refueling at every corner of Pyro, and it also doesn't matter, right? Because even in a Gladius, you know, you'll just hop in a small ship, and you can still fly all around the damn verse. It just doesn't make sense, right? You would think that the way this is set up... Why am I not seeing the... Okay, here we go. Like this should be massive, making this leap in a small and a size 1 ship that isn't an explorer ship with an extra large quantum fuel. You should have to make several stops, right? You should definitely have to jump from here to here to here to here, or something like it, to be able to go all the way across the solar system. You know, size 2 ships, maybe you jump from here to here and don't quite make it to the outside. So you got to make another stop, and then you can bounce back here and then finish. Size 3 ships, I'd be okay with them reaching all the way, but not if they're running the fastest drive available, right? I mean, I'm running the Jaeger in this thing, which is the number 2 size 2 quantum drive, right? Of course, I'm in a hangar, so I can't even look and see how expensive the trips are, which is nonsense. Jesus, UIX fail, man. So I'm sitting here in the hangar, and I can't even consider, can I actually make this jump? Oh, wait a minute. No, I guess it's not because I'm in the hangar. All right, well, anyway, it says, right, it's 1.479 million fuel to go all the way to the Mugumi refueling, right? And I have 1.8. Right? Yeah, 1.8 million. So probably with the Jaeger, I can go all the way across the solar system. Right? I'd be willing to bet that that other 300K worth of fuel that we got or whatever would be enough. I bet I can probably go from, I can't think of what it's called now, on at Pyro, Ruin Station, all the way to Endgame. Right? And that's a heavy fighter with a number 2. It's not an XL1, but it's a Jaeger, right? Number 2, fastest quantum drive in the game, actually, because I don't think any of the size 3s are anywhere near as fast as the size 2s. So we got the XL1, and then the Jaeger is next, speed-wise, I believe. It certainly doesn't make Pyro feel large. All right. But I can't go to Stanton. Whatever. We'll start here. And we'll change directions en route.
Engines on. Quantum fuel at 100%. Launch sequence complete. Landing gear up. Shield off.
We can pretend, right? We can pretend we're doing a Viper launch. All right. Let's change direction, please. Hello? Go. Listen to that loud-ass quantum acceleration. It'll dial down after I'm already at speed, right? I do not understand why it's so loud when I have the sound effects turned down. The sound design is improved some lately, but overall the sound engineering in the game is awful. They have got to get this shit integrated right so that we can balance our audio levels. That, and they still need to put a loop music option in on the music so that I don't have so much dead air. Maybe then I would actually be listening to the Star Citizen soundtrack. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I watched somebody's video talking about sound engineering in Elite versus Star Citizen, right? And they talked about the hook. I don't remember exactly what they called it, but that Elite ships have a specific sound that lets you know that it's a given ship, right? And that was part of important engineering, but they didn't have physicalized thrusters the way Star Citizen was originally designed, right? It was about Yogi, because Yogi Platt used to work on Elite Dangerous ship sounds. I think it was Elite, not Eve, but that's what he used to do. And then he came to CIG, and the way that they did things was totally different, and was not something he wanted to be involved in, right? So he moved off to do something else. I'm pretty sure it was Yogi that I had read that about. But yeah, Elite's got better distinctive sounds about the ships. You know, CIG, they have the talent. I know that they have had the talent anyway, because we have periodically had really great sound engineering here and there in the game, right? I remember using the sniper rifle for the first time years ago, and it was kind of like in New World when you're mining on a rock or chopping down a tree and you hear that echo, and it's obviously everybody around you for miles can hear that sound. It was the same thing in Star Citizen. Somebody would fire a freaking unsuppressed sniper rifle, and it was like bang, and you heard it, and it was obviously going to be audible for great distances around. But you know, now it's just kind of a fucking mess. If you're anywhere in a zone, right, you hear the NPC chatter. I can be outside the ship, in my ship, EBAing into the 890 jump, and I hear the chatter from the guys that are in the ship. It's like, that's not right. And yes, the ships tend to sound the same. I mean, the ones that actually have the newer sounds anyway, right? The Gladius, the Saber Firebird, and Peregrine, and whatever the other one is. Not the Saber. The regular baseline Saber doesn't have the new sounds yet. At least I don't think it does. Maybe it does in 411, but it didn't in 410. You know, those all sound the same, and it's just kind of meh. You got to give these ships character. Frankly, I think they should be a little more distinctive with components, period. Right? Like different manufacturers of quantum drives, the effects should be a little bit different. The sounds should be a little bit different. Different manufacturers of power plants should have different sounds. Different manufacturers of ships, the thrusters should probably sound a little bit different, unless, of course, their argument is the thrusters are actually manufactured by the same people, which is possible. But, you know, I'd like to see more character in the ships in general. So if you glance at it, you don't have to necessarily see the geometry of the ship to know, oh, that's Aegis, or that's Anvil, or that's Drake, right? But, I mean, you know, we don't even have the new quantum effects yet. These are the same quantum effects that we've had for ever. That shitty particle cluster at the front that I hate so much. They've shown us new quantum effects that look great. They're related to the stuff that we see from the wormhole, right? I don't know when we're going to get any of that. I don't know when we're going to get anything. And this entire conversation is a freaking hopium convo anyway. Right? Because we're still dealing with essentially the same half-assed, incomplete, wannabe game design priorities. It's not that the people that are working on the thing don't know how to do the stuff that needs to be done, but whoever it is that's driving the freaking train is headed for a brick wall. You just don't seem to have direction to get stuff nailed down. And I mean, you know, CIG, if you need a helpful tip, start with the basic foundation stuff and get that fixed and build from that, instead of trying to backfill new flashy tech back to shit that actually works reliably. Start with the fucking basics. Elevators were a good start. Please fix the hangars next. Maybe that, right? It's pretty foundation. I mean, I think we need deeper scanning and better physics and, you know, maelstrom and ship structure and engineering and all that too. But, you know, how about you start with the shit that cuts right in your face as a player? The hangar stuff, definitely on the list. What you doing, Loki? What's that Loki boy doing? Yes, he's a good boy. And his head is like right here. There he is. There's his nose. He's just outside of the camera range. I need to take that old camera that I used to have and point it right where Loki likes to hop and say hello. All right, pop up.
Quantum travel complete.
Where are you at, wormhole? There we go.
Shields on. Shield off.
I see the... Am I just not quite close enough? I guess I'm not quite close enough, am I? Where's the, there we go. The jump point MFT. There we go. There's an example of the new effects, right? What we've seen in the videos looks kind of like this kind of thing. We got the quantum field built up. I don't know what we're waiting for. Is it built into the fabric of Squadron 42 and they just can't port it into the PU yet because reasons? I've got no swirly guide. No swirly guide for me.
Quantum fuel at 25%.
That's another thing is I really think that the fuel cost for making the jump here through the wormhole should probably be much higher so that unless you've got an exploration style ship, it's not practical for you to jump out of the wormhole and then just fly away. It should leave you pretty close to dry unless you just filled, maybe, I don't know. Like maybe it needs to take 25 or 35% of your quantum fuel so that you really feel it when you make the jump. I guess if you plan to refuel right at the gateway and then hop out, when you hit the other side, you're okay. But otherwise, awesome. I can't wait. I can't wait to get killed with that going on. Can't wait, CIG.
Quantum travel engaged.
You know, I feel like that's an old school problem too. I wonder if the Prowler and the Talon are still doing that. I would like to believe no. if we can refuel on the pads.
Landing gear down. Landing successful. Quantum fuel at
May as well, right? May as well get them scripts in. Like, do I want to go that way? I don't know that I want to do. I guess we'll find out. We'd be closer to just go to Arcor. I tell you what, let's just go to Arcor. And if chat looks like it's actually doing the mission, maybe we'll head that way.
launch sequence complete.
Hey, Mardigan, how you doing? The real Mardigan.
Landing gear up.
Good to see you, man. That's right. That's not what we're doing, though. Where did I... Pay attention.
I don't think I'll ever understand why you people fight as hard as you do for the dregs of Pyro.
Well, they must be
People like
doing
to call
it.
Frontier fighters murderers.
You know what? All right. Let's go ahead and go. Let's go have a look.
Your home. That's all we want to do.
Oh,
We ain't gonna let anything stop us.
I don't know who she's trying to convince. If she honestly expects us to let them get away with
I'm liking the MX. I'm missing the living quarters. Right? I'm kind of aggravated about the living quarters being removed. I don't think it was necessary. I know that they essentially did it to make room for the other size 2 shield. I think they should have worked harder to keep the hab, right? And leave access to the size 2 components. They could have put access to some of that on the outside of the ship, underneath, on the bottom, whatever. And if they weren't going to retain the hab, they should have put a large elevator, a large enough elevator in there that we could store a bike in it. And at least then, right, because it could have been a Mirai carrier. Could have been one more little bit of utility with the little Mirai synergy in there, right? So that we could at least have a ground vehicle later, maybe a Timberwolf Ranger, to land away from bunkers and drive to bunkers and have access to ground locations. But it's tougher. The firepower is definitely higher, both the guns and the missiles. It's the 24 size 2s. But it is a bigger target, so it doesn't feel quite as evasive, even though I think it's got a slightly higher top boost speed. I'm not entirely certain that's accurate, but that's the way it feels to me. Otherwise, it's not a lot different. There's things about it that are better, and of course the MFDs are better, but these MFDs are going to be copied over to the old school Guardian and QI as well. CIG has told us in a QA session that you guys are going to get these, which is great, because that top MFD for the old, oh God, I hate it so much. But the view then will actually be slightly worse in this ship, because the 2 size 5s are off to the side. If they had taken these size 4s and tucked them under the wings, right, I actually feel like it would have felt more TIE Fighter that way, but also it would have improved the view, because then the guns wouldn't be blocking the front quarter of the ship, you know? But, you know, that's nitpicking a little bit. I do like the ship overall. Good God. What frames?
Contact received.
Well, that kind of happens anyway, doesn't it? Dragos, how you doing, man?
Appreciate the assist. Hope you like a good fight, because we've got one.
All right, that looks to be dead already. That too. Okay, see weapons fire. How come I'm not getting any kind of... Why am I not getting any kind of target status on anything? Hello? Can I maybe target the ship that's... Thank you. No, where's my target status stuff, man? I got a helmet on. Bruh. I freaking hate this game, man.
Under attack.
Who's shooting at me? Oh. Oh, the Polaris. Well, shit. Where's my ship status, MFDs, as well? What in the fucking hell, CIG? Oh, dude. Where's my casts? My helmet casts. Where are they? They've worked fine all day today, right? And now all of a sudden they're gone? Where do we even interact with that? On the MFTs, right? HUD.
Fight's over here, genius.
Oh my god, no, dude, man. I'm not gonna lie. Anytime the NPC communication video overrides any MFD in the game, fucking bullshit. Shitty fucking decision, CIG. Somebody deserves to have a water balloon landed right on top of their fucking head. Okay, I've got them on. So, I mean, they're on. Where's my shit? I've got guns, but I don't have any displays on anything. Am I far enough away? We're going to hop out of the seat and hop back in. Literally nothing works reliably. This is Star Citizen. Do not
We'll deal with the CDF. Meet at the
spend new money on this game until it's actually a game.
Polaris is on the move.
Contact
Maybe a
received.
boy doesn't seem too concerned about abandoning her people. Take them out.
I still got nothing. Still got nothing.
Where the hell are you going?
And that shit's irritating as fuck, too. You want to get your old money back? Yeah, I'm beginning to feel that way pretty strongly myself. I've got all of these freaking targets and I got no idea what they are. It's just great, man. Oh, even better. Even better. Even when I set the MFDs, they don't work. They worked fine in Pyro. Son of a bitch, man. Also, why the shit is this not targeting over the... Let's see. Retaliator. We'll do the shooty shoot. Wait, what are you? Oh, hey, look. Is that a pilot down? Yeah, that's got to be a player. All right, I don't think that we've got any Scorpiuses in the NPC engagement. It sure would be great if I had a target status MFD, though, wouldn't it? So I could see what's going on with the target. You know, are the shields down? Is the hull taking damage? Okay, it's back. Now it's back. All right, all I had to do was ask, I guess, right? Ask and you shall receive. That hammerhead is looking up. Excuse me, there was no rock anywhere near me. Playing Star Citizen. That's playing Star Citizen. That's what playing Star Citizen feels like. That's exactly what this fucking game feels like. Incompetent direction. Incompetent direction. The people running the show are fucking incompetent. Whoever you are that's making decisions to not improve the foundation elements of the game, good job on fueling the marketing, right? And trying to grab more money from us as backers. You're doing a great job at that. You are fucking terrible at building the game. You are literally murdering the project. You are soul destroying people's hopes and dreams. You are a failure. Chris Roberts, you need to wake up. Dude, if you actually give a shit about the project, you have got to wake up. Because the people that are running the show for you are doing a terrible job. Terrible job. Whether that's they can't manage to supervise the people that are working the level below them or the people below them, your managers are not managing to build a project that will be a game. Squadron 42 may be on the rails. I don't know. But the persistent universe is going to fucking be set on fire when all of those Squadron 42 casual gamers come to the persistent universe. It's going to be a disaster. Chris, wake the fuck up. New World was pretty good overall, right? Not enough content in New World, but everything worked. It was a bit janky desyncy at the beginning of my play session, though. It was kind of weird. But when I finally did decide to quit the game and relaunch it, it was better afterwards. So, not really sure what the deal was there, but I guess the proxy connection with the game was trash. Jumping back into Elite Dangerous, we were just talking about how much better the sound design is with Elite Dangerous ships. All right, I guess I'm at Orison because last set at my own medical bay, and that ship wound up being lost because they got AFK'd and kicked out of the game. Yeah, well, they certainly think they're doing everything right, right? They're doing everything right as far as making money. Are they doing anything right as far as making a game? I'm not sure anymore. You know, the thing with the status HUDs and the radar, right? Because if you were to roll that back, you'd see that the radar half the time is empty. As the MFDs for self-status and target status were blank, the radar was empty too, so I couldn't really see what was going on around me at all. The radar is useless for situational awareness, right? And I was trying to keep an eye around the rocks around me, Maybe there was a rock right in front of me on the left that I should have seen and I didn't because I was just trying to kill that retaliator. But I don't think so. I think I got teleported because the desyncy jank is fucking real in 411. What is whoever yelling about? This guy's giving, my wife and I have been watching The Pit, right? That hospital emergency room show.
Yeah, not the chance of that happening. You're pretty much out of luck.
Are you
Is
sure
this-
I can't do an imprint today? I have a really important...
Oh, I see. This is about the failed imprint shit, right?
I'm going to let my manager deal with you.
Now you're telling me that
Wait
it might
over there.
kill me?
I
Do you know
don't
how many
care why
credits I
it's
got
not
sunk into
working.
this? It's your job to do regens, so fix the imprint scanner already.
Let me see what I can do.
I've had enough of you. You're done. Get out of here.
I'm with that guy. I've had enough of you. You're done. Get out of here. That's kind of cool that there's kind of this kind of stuff going on that's relevant to the story in the game. However, this is just like the data pads that were scattered all over the place from the last story arc that nobody got to read and nobody looked for, because this chatter is the same kind of annoying chatter that we usually ignore anytime we're in a station, because, you know, we come into a station and the guy that's in the shop that's 3 kilometers away, that's nowhere near the hangar deck, says, "Hey, it's good to see you again." Right? So we have tuned all of this out. So this chatter, as cool as it is, since I finally noticed it this time, nobody's hearing this. Nobody's hearing this because the game is such a clusterfuck of disassociated elements that we have been trained as players to ignore this kind of ambiance because it's just irritation 99% of the time. And somebody over at CIG was proud of this, right? Somebody over at CIG showed this off and said, "Ain't this great? Players will move through the hospital," because they die and respawn all the time, right? And they'll see this chatter, this conversation, this angry conversation about imprints failing, just like we see in the news sheets. Yeah, this is a great way to tell a story.
I've had enough of you. You're done. Get out of here.
They just don't get it. The disconnect is so real. They do not understand how badly they have burned our overall engagement with the game. Because they don't play it. They do not play on the live servers and deal with everything that we deal with. And they sure don't do it for more than short stretches. And when I see they, again, in this case, I mean the people who make decisions. The people who are driving the development of this game. The people who should be in charge of making the persistent universe an immersive, engaging, entertaining, fun experience. Those people do not play the game.
A friendly reminder, last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
All right, let's see. We should have a store page for the Asgard now, right? Anvil Aerospace. Let's see, I should do this over here in case there's a video. Really? I don't want to get deep into it until I get to the spaceport. I'm just getting prepped, and then we'll have a look.
Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark. Last call for passengers.
So the F8C Lightning, right, is just available at general events now, by the way. Remember when that used to be, you know, we were going to earn that?
Redesigned Crusader Industries shuttlecraft. Feature
No problem now. If you're willing to throw $300 at the ship, you can buy it now, period. So much for there being any special limited access to the F8. All right.
A friendly reminder to check for your personal belongings before and after all shuttle flights, and to dispose of any trash.
You know, it's interesting. There is a little bit of the Prowler flavor in the profile of it when you look at it from the front. That's kind of interesting to me because of the way that you've got the wider wings and the VTOL engines.
Enjoying the view?
It's a cool looking ship. I like it.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
Don't spend any new money on this. Don't do it, peeps. Just don't.
The next shuttle is approaching the station. Last call for
There it
passengers.
is.
The shuttle is
There it is. That was one of the things I noticed, right? You back out here. Hey, look, it's the new ship. Right, deploy it. But it's like the one ship listing that you see at a glance that does not have a price tag on it. I thought that was kind of interesting. Is it all the way at the end? That's the Legionnaire, which this ship, the Legionnaire, I want to be excited by, but this is never going to happen. Not anytime soon. How in the hell are you going to lock this on the docking collars? Right? Because that's what it's going to be, is you park it at the docking collars. Never going to happen. Not unless you were able to bring that capital ship, that target ship, to a dead stop. There's just no way. No way they're going to make that work.
At Orson Skyway Shuttle Service, we aim to make getting there half the fun. Please enjoy your flight.
Man, the Valkyrie's up to $375 now. Wow, dude. And of course, the special CCU offer.
The next shuttle.
And you know what? What's kind of funny to me is they priced it in such a way that Valkyrie owners are not going to be able to CCU to it.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. The next shuttle is approaching.
Yes, right? Which is too much. It's a big empty box, right? It's too expensive. The Valkyrie's too expensive as well. But I did notice that. It's like if you had a Valkyrie and you thought, oh, hey, I'm going to CCU to the Asgard, guess what? Haha, you can't.
The next shuttle is approaching the station. Providing connections.
Man.
Crusader Industries is happy to offer free and convenient transit to all visitors aboard the Orson Sky. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
It is. Yeah, 6 full price AAA games. Absolutely true. It's kind of insane. Right? I mean, I think that Star Citizen has some great ships and some great modeling, and the Tonks look fantastic. Absolute trash, other than sitting still and firing that Slayer cannon. Garbage. Garbage, 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 garbage. But at least somebody has a trash can to put the garbage in now, right? Ship looks cool. I think it looks awesome. We're definitely going to go and rent it and check it out. Fly it around. I like the Anvil aesthetic, but it really is, as you see this and you're just kind of like, wow, really? Desensitized to the prices. Yes, absolutely. And in fairness, it's a lot of the market. It's not just CIG. AGS is just as bad, right? AGS game is 5 years old. New World is 5 years old now. I think it's almost 5 years old anyway, right? They just finally added a barbershop to New World, and you have to use tokens to be able to get a haircut. Guess how much those tokens are? Granted, it's a character recreation. It's not just a haircut. You get to redo your character completely. So you can change gender. You can change everything about your character. $10. It's 10,000 marks of fortune. So while you can technically earn it in game with the season pass and stuff, you're talking about an awful long time. Now, there is a token in the season pass, the free track, but it's at level 91. So you have to be essentially 91% done with the season pass to get access to the free barbershop token, right? 10,000 marks of fortune, right? That's ridiculous. A whole set of gear skin costs about 15,000 marks of fortune, which is also way too fucking high. AGS is really expensive too, and I feel like Amazon's relationship through Lumberyard, etc., with CIG is an impacting factor. But the macro transaction level at Star Citizen, I think the only reason that I would argue that Star Atlas is worse than Star Citizen is there's no crypto involved. It's the only reason it's not worse. Sarcasm, don't know what you're talking about, man. They totally said their focus is going to be on the quality of bug fixes for the majority of their patches. Looks at the address going from 1,100 to 1,500. While on sale is the sale price. Totally focusing on quality and bugs. Looking at Ogre, Arastra, mobile mining suit, and the ships they replaced as bugs still abound. Totally not just grabbing for cash. No, you're completely on point, Drabos, man. It's ridiculous. You can. You're not wrong, right? I'm at level 94 or something myself, and I have not actually been using the XP boosts often, right? So I mean, I'm almost there myself, and really I have well under a couple of days, well under a week of gameplay in the season for sure. It's not bad, but it doesn't change the fact that 10,000 marks of fortune
The shuttle is preparing to
for the freaking token is ridiculous. It is a cash grab. And I think about Final Fantasy 14, right? Which has a very, very, very predominant Fantasia culture, right? People change their appearance altogether, all the time in Final Fantasy 14, and they use these potions called Fantasia. It's essentially the same thing as the barbershop token in New World, right? And I think they're like $4. I think it's like $4, right? They used to be cheaper. I feel like a couple of years ago they were $2, but $10. I mean, the fuck. They do not understand microtrans math. The whole idea is you make it cheap so people just buy it and don't even think about it. And then when lots of people buy it, lock the season's relic behind the paid one. If you own a house, they can be free. Yes, I agree. Yeah. No, I did, because I mean, well, and I mean, I feel like you should be able to get the season trophy much earlier in the past too, right? If you go do whatever. I've got most of my stuff done at this point. I don't have my prismatic scarab yet, but I think I'm like 7 out of 10. I'm not feeling the urge to PvP at all in the game right now, so I do not want to hop in the arena. I don't want to hop in OPR, even though I like the new map better than the old one. I'm just not feeling it. I'm kind of frustrated by... Part of it is I'm really just ready to play Dune. That's a big part of it right there. I just want to go play Dune. Yes, you should be able to earn at least one free character change of appearance, right? At least once a month or at least once a quarter. And it shouldn't be a giant process to do it. You know, I know some people that play Exiles, and some things about it look really good, because I am a Conan fan too from back in the day. I read many of the books way back in the old days. I was having a real hard time getting interested in anything at all new. I don't really want to invest any time in anything new is part of the problem. And something about Dune got me hooked, and I think I probably blame Detox, right? Him and some of the other immobiles, but mostly Detox, because he was the only videos that I was really watching until very recently. And then trying it out during the beta weekend, I was like, okay, all right, yes, I'm ready, let's go. But I'm very resistant to trying anything new right now. Yeah, exactly. You know who I'm talking about? Detox. He's a Star Citizen streamer. I mean, his name is always been entertaining. Yeah, okay. All right, let's see. Do I bother to go and try and recover my corpse? I think we're just going to go straight to the expo and rent the Asgard, and then maybe we'll fly the Asgard back to the mission site and see if my corpse is still there.
The ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
All right, let's see. You know what? Let's claim the poor destroyed Guardian MX.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
All right, and you know what? We're going to claim the TAC
Your insurance claim has been
and
sent.
the Fury as well while we're here. Hello?
Your insurance claim has been sent.
That's parked in my hangar. You know what? Is it still parked in my hangar?
Again. Goodbye.
I think it's over here, right? That's the Pulse. Where is it? There it is. Okay, there we go. We'll just take that. It's stylish. It's red. Take that. Never liked Dune very much. Even the new movies were a whole lot of nothing is happening with epic music. Base building is there, might be cool. Sand, I like sand. That's why I love Assassin. You know, you're talking about sand. That's why I like spending so much time in Brimstone Stands in New World to cross over from the Drabos conversation. Is for some reason, I really like the desert. Brimstone looks fantastic. The whole environment is very immersive to me. I like it. I like the jungle and all of that over in Cutlass Keys and some of the other places too. But for some reason, I really enjoy Brimstone Sands. The whole story in the movies. Kappa. I read several of the Dune novels, and part of it is the lore. Part of what I like about Dune is it's this whole long-term, multi-generational mentality, right? The Fremen and the idea that they're going to create a paradise in Dune, and they're willing literally to dedicate themselves, their whole lives, generation after generation after generation after generation for thousands of years, to be ready to turn Dune into a paradise, to me is quite different from most entertainment, where even if, you know, you think about the ancients, you're thinking a couple of 100 years ago. I'm just talking about general storyline type stuff, right? It's just very cool to me. Also that it's about humans. There's a certain level of credibility to me in the notion of that, you know, in 15,000 years, humans could be out in space doing all kinds of crazy shit. And then 10,000 or 20,000 years after that, there's weird evolutionary stuff, some of which is genetically engineered going on. So it's all interesting to me in that regard. So the lore is part of it. I would not disagree with the whole, there's a whole lot of nothing going on sometimes. That was one of the things that I kind of liked about the 80s movie, even though it really didn't tell the story of the books in at all the same way. I guess I hit the edge there. I enjoyed it, even though it was really a different story. I like the new movies right up until Chani became a completely different character from the books, at which point I just kind of got angry, right? I kind of understand where they were going with Chani's attitude and what story they're trying to tell, but I didn't think that it was necessary. Paul has enough of his own self-loathing, right? His spear for the future in this, what's the word I'm looking for? Jihad, and all of the death and all of that in the story, right? They did not need to turn Chani into, you know, an opposition force. The wilds in New World. Are we talking about the mists in Cutlass Keys, or are you talking about Elysian Wilds? Elysian Wilds is also cool. It is, and it is beautiful in many ways. Like how the Wilds is basically a scaling gear grind. Yeah, I think they did a good job with the zone level up, as they like to call it, from First Light to the Elysian Wilds. They have talked about doing that in the future with some other zones, and they really need to. One of the things that I really am unhappy about with the current state of New World is there's just not enough various stuff to do, right? We have like a dozen dailies to do that are endgame related, that are relevant in some ways if you care to collect the doubloons to buy the boxes or the gear, right? But the only place to do them is in Cutlass Keys. Nobody wants to do the same 12 because it's not even like it's a rotating assortment of dailies. It's like the same 12 or 15 fucking quests every freaking day. Look, there's at least 5 zones in the game that are not used for anything except leveling up to get to end level and doing the side main quests, right? That a lot of people, you see people talk in chat all the time that obviously they don't even know they're going on. They just need to level up some areas in those zones and create daily areas and say, okay, you can do 15 dailies a day. You can do them over in Cutlass Keys if you want. You can do them over in Morningdale if you want. You can do them over in wherever if you want. You know what I mean? Just give those zones some reasons for high-level content. Of course, New World has a ton of different content to do compared to Star Citizen, where I can go anywhere in 2 solar systems and do the same 6 missions repeatedly until I can't stand it anymore. Dislike the fact they took out any level, any zone exit, like the zones. Yes, I agree. I would like to see, I like the sandbox thing, right? Yeah. Yes. Right? So you could, there was high level content in pretty much every zone. Yep. They are somebody slowly but surely doing the content over there. 5 of 6 reinforcements have been killed. There we go.
I'm scrambling rescue teams to look for survivors from that Navy ship. We snatched a Frontier fighter pilot and put the full burn on him.
Why does she look so terrible? And her mouth isn't even moving on the video right now.
Polaris is going to use to get out of the system.
So she's a telepath now too.
Set up an ambush.
I love this red paint on this thing. It looks great. CCU'd. Store credit. No new money. None. Zero. $0. 0 pennies. No new money. Totally a AAA game ready for launch. No bugs, just monies. Totally accurate. Let's see. I want to see what paints are available for the Asgard. Even though I know there won't be a red one. Nope. Nothing even remotely interesting. Hey, look, it's Last Light. I don't know what it looks like stock. I bet it's gray or white or whatever, right? I think it's white. That'll probably be the one that I would grab if I was going to grab one. Even though I kind of hate the pale yellow stripes. Why are those on there?
Yet. Pick a spot and go dark. I'm sure they'll be here soon.
All right. Where are you at? Area 18. There you are.
Quantum travel engaged.
All right, let's see. What was it? What if I was gonna grab one? Why am I not signed in? Oh, because I'm on Edge. All right. My hangar.
Quantum travel complete.
Ship upgrades. What could I could upgrade the Harvey. No, that's the wrong one. I don't want the Warbond. Asgard. Standard. So I could do that. The only real downside to doing that is it would put it in my exploration pack, which means I would not be able to melt it later. So I'll have to look and see what the other options are. Where's the spaceport? I don't see the light. Oh, there it is. I want to go down there. Right? I want to fly down into those deep sections that are down under the city. I want to see the works like in Coruscant. The underlevel. I want to see the mechanics. Inside Area 18. Give me some missions to do that kind of stuff. Give me some locations to do that kind of stuff. Never going to happen. Warning. Warning. Warning what, man? What are you warning me of?
Landing gear down.
Warning. You will be tempted to spend money in a game that's not even remotely complete. Warning. Eleven credits for hydrogen fuel. One credit. One from jumping to Orison to Arcor. Game's working great, guys. Man, I had no idea how fuel efficient the freaking Razor was. That's insane. What's up, Scotty? How you doing, man? Murder the city. It's not an option. When do we get to do ground bounties, man? I want to go hunt down the bad guys in Area 18. The scumbags doing business with Twitch Pacheco. Or maybe I want to be the scumbag doing work for Twitch Pacheco. And I want to hunt the bounty hunters that are trying to get rid of me. When do we get some urban warfare in Area 18? Answer: never. Never gonna happen. Those pipe dreams are dead for me. Do we have the contract to... We already did it once. No, okay. I just wondered if it would give me the contract to get paid $50K to go again. Wonder how many Asgards are going to sell today? Too many. Too many. Nobody should be spending new money on the game right now. I'm sorry. That's the message we need to send. No new money. No new money until it's actually a game. It was a spicy tweet. I liked it though, man. I do feel like there is some really bad stuff going on with the underlying subcultures in some subcultures in the Twitch community, right? And part of it is all the botting and the AI chat bullshit and the fact that Twitch is not really policing themselves at all. There's some really bad voices being very vocal about like literally terrorist stuff and people being killed and hate speech, etc. It goes on and on and on. And Twitch just doesn't do anything about any of it. And I think that is encouraging regular viewers and content creators to be some pretty terrible people, right? So there's a lot of negative stuff to be said, but you definitely should forget the people that forget you, right? Absolutely the way I feel, which is kind of how I feel about CIG, I might add. Which is less of a Twitch thing and more of a game designers that forgot how to game design thing, but can't find real friends nowadays. Yeah, because social media is ridiculous. You know what? My wife was just telling me, right? She's been looking for some online communities to interact with for the gardening stuff, right? Because, we just got into this hardcore this year, right? We're like, 2 months in, 3 months in doing the gardening. And And she starts checking these groups out, and there's people that are posting pictures of, hey, look what we're doing with our garden right now, and hey, look, this is what we're cooking for dinner right now, and here's some ideas for garden, and it's all AI generated bullshit. The pictures are fake, the recipes are incomplete, the advice for the gardeners is just wrong. Right? It's like, what is going on in the world right now? I just don't know what to think about any of it. Asgard. Okay, that was it. We didn't get anything else new, right? Maybe we'll want to compare to a Valkyrie, because I don't actually have one right now. We can put a Centurion in an Asgard, right? No, you don't, right? Because it's all AI crap. It's ridiculous. It's terrible. And we are absolutely entering a time now, right? We're here, right? We're absolutely here. But we're entering in a time where it's going to be way worse, when you will literally not be able to believe a single thing you see or hear in any multi-aspect, and none of that's what I'm trying to say, multimedia presentation, right? You just won't be able to know. It's like, no matter how credible that could look, that's totally fake, right? No matter how that sounds like Darth Vader saying, whatever. No, that's fake, right? We can't believe anything anymore. And the bots that are being run now to try and connect to fish for user information, or even just to try and get engaged so they can share stuff that's part of ad revenue someplace else, it's disgusting. It's everywhere. And the real problem is the social media type outlets that we have, the social media type platforms that we have been so monopolized. Right? There are options to YouTube, but they're small by comparison, which means that if you want to create that kind of fake content and expose it to as many people as possible, it's a minimal number of places that you have to do it to get maximum engagement. Oh, let's go share it at X. Let's share it at Blue Sky. Let's share it at Facebook. Let's share it on Instagram. Let's share it on YouTube. Share it on Discord, maybe. Right? And that's it. That's all you got to do. Twitch, right? Just a handful of places, and boom, there you are. That's literally everybody that's watching. Because, I mean, there's, like I said, there's like Truth, and there's some of the other ones, right? That are more niche, that are trying to be competitors, that are tied to maybe perspectives that some people are not happy with. But the fact that they've essentially created these monopolies, because what do they do if there's a competitor for YouTube? YouTube just buys it or kills it. And my camera's doing its thing again. Seribot, I'll look into it. Let me pull up a tab so I can check that later. All right. I'll check it out. Because so far the automodding has been doing the work, right? I get several a day that the automod just goes, nope. Gen Z, that's all I'm going to say. I think that actually is true, right? I think that some of it's a generational thing, and that's because Generation Z has been freaking indoctrinated, and it's the word I'm looking for. Shit. My vocabulary, my post-stroke brain is totally taking a break right now. You know, they've been freaking mind wiped. They've been mind controlled to believe certain things. They've been taught what to think instead of how to think. And it isn't like it's just that generation that's had that problem. Right. And again, individuals are amazing exceptions to the general rules. So if you're a Gen Z person who feels like I'm being unfair, I do apologize. As a Gen Xer, I don't give a shit what anybody's got to say about me. But I know that's not necessarily the way millennials and Gen Z feel. So I'm not really trying to be mean here. It's just that I feel like the indoctrination by mainstream media has gotten so heavy. And my kids, there are things that they say and feel that I feel like my daughter Tabby, I feel like she got absolutely fucking hammered by the indoctrination machine when she went to college. Right? Yes, the movie Idiocracy is coming closer to reality than we want, and it's all the extremism in the world today is bad, all of it. I don't care whether you're left-leaning or right-leaning, all the extremism is bad. And frankly, all of those super loud voices that want to say this person's evil and that person's evil and you're a racist or a whatever, all of those loud voices, those are the vocal minority, and they're the problem on both sides, every side. Most of us are just doing this. We're just like, get the fuck away from me. Right? I'm just trying to live my life. Shut up. Leave me alone. Right? That's most of us. That is most of society. We're just trying to get by. But we are just deluged with the propaganda everywhere. Big Brother, 1984, freaking Fahrenheit 451, Idiocracy, Wag the Dog. All of those things that talk about the manipulation of society, mostly by big money, all that shit is here, man. It's not that it's coming. It's fucking here. It's here. And to be perfectly honest, I just don't see a way out. Let's see if I can fix this camera thing. God, that annoys the shit out of me. I hate that it keeps turning that back on. Let's see, hardware, Insta360. It's not like there's not good stuff, right? And it's not like there's not good stuff about like AI as an example. I read a really interesting article where they used AI and they think they've narrowed down at least one potential cause for Alzheimer's, right? And not only did they potentially find a cause, they've got an idea for treatment as well. Well, that's fucking amazing, right? That's one of the things that AI is good for. It's like you can take just the most giant mega pile of information ever, right? That it would be very hard to find even a large team of humans to work through and sort and make sense out of all of that. And computers just don't care. They're just going to go at it. Even it's just a bop, 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 until they get an answer. So it's a great tool. It doesn't get tired. There's no fatigue. And presuming that it's coded in a neutral way, there's no bias, right? There's no, well, I already believe this. There's none of that. It's just, here's the data. This is what the data tells us. Okay, how do I turn this shit off again? I keep forgetting. Settings. AI tracking. Why can I not just turn that off on a damn button? Okay, it's off now. That's so weird to me. So, I mean, AI as a tool is phenomenal. And I know like Camille is a big fan of the notion of using AI as a gap filler for entertainment, right? There's no reason that we couldn't have, there's no reason we couldn't have voice acted randomly generated mission content in Star Citizen, right? Except, of course, that there's a certain level of taboo because we don't want to cheat voice actors out of employment, right? Like, I totally don't want to see Anna Demetriou, I think I'm mispronouncing her name and I apologize for that, the voice of several characters in Star Citizen, not get paid for her work. But if we have a system that generates random missions that you cannot necessarily create sensible voice acting for, AI is one way that you could fill the gap there. Not to mention you could have AI generate mission chains within certain parameters that would be the same old bullshit missions that we are tired of doing. And if it created a story arc that would connect 10 of those missions together in a new way that was slightly different, that would be a game changer for immersion, right? So it's not just go kill this bounty guy, it's go kill Bob because he stole something at this lab. So, you know, you go to, you know what I mean? You just build a story. And AI could do all that stuff, but unfortunately, we've got all of this abuse of that kind of power going on right now. The tool is absolutely being abused, as you know, we're just now talking about, where you see all this shit online and it's all complete bullshit, right? All these influencers that have already been using very selective imagery to show how successful they are and all that kind of shit. Now they don't even have to move their camera in the right direction or be standing next to something that they can't even begin to look at and make a fake picture. They just generate it with AI. Lose your job because of AI? They don't seem to get it as a tool that helps them find the basic things. Yes. Bad things. Yes, that's it. It is a tool. And the thing about, as we saw with the industrialization of society, right? Stuff does change, right? We have robots that are doing some of the semi-dangerous manufacturing now. That's a good thing. I know that the people who used to do that job by hand may feel like they lost out to the robots and that is a bad thing for them. It is. But as a society, we have to be able to move forward and grow, because right now we have been in a period of stagnation for 50 fucking years or longer, because the powers that be, the big money, they don't want to see big revolutionary changes because they're quite happy sitting on top of the pile, choosing when they get to collect more money for what? Because if there's some danger of upsetting the balance there, what do? They either buy it, or they buy it and kill it, or they go to their pet politicians and they regulate it to death. That's what we're getting. And this is why, and again, I live in the U.S. I know that there are problems in the rest of the world as well.
I called you a grape tomato in a different chat. I thought you were my friend. That's my friend. He usually wears red armor, and I thought it was him, so I just wanted to say
I don't know if I have. Do I have VoIP working? What? No. It was like.
This guy, all right? Don't listen to what he says. This guy's a liar.
I am a big tomato. Well, I don't think that's working. What if I am a big tomato? Is there a problem with tomatoes? I don't think he can hear me. I can't. My VoIP's not working for me. Can y'all hear me at all? I can't tell if my VoIP is working. I'm not seeing any indicator that it's working. That's so annoying. It's clearly working for him. Anyway, I don't have any idea what I was talking about now. It's just, you know what I mean? I was just gonna say something about, that's why we've got infrastructure in the United States that's failing. It's 80 years fucking old, right? Because nobody wants to get the work done to make it better, because they make money on infrastructure failing. Right? There's new contracts. Well, this shit's broken down. I've got a contract to go fix it. This is the kind of basic shit that's breaking our world because of stagnation, because the powers that be are pretty happy where they are. Right? Anyway, it's all the dystopian. It's all there. It's all already here. All right. I don't think there was any other ships that I was really caring about, right? This is just Anvil. We grabbed a Centurion to see about putting in it. All right. I'm really disappointed that I couldn't get VoIP to work. Global.
Invictus Launch Week is a great opportunity to see your taxes at work. As members of the Empire, it's your right to inspect the latest acquisitions of the UEE Navy.
I told dude I am a tomato. I'm a space Viking tomato. All right. Pattern analysis is one of those things that AI is really good for, right? And humans can be good at it too. But I mean, I feel like it's one of those things where you use the AI to filter the raw data, right? And the AI offers you a selection of likely candidates for whatever it is that you're looking for, and that's when you need human eyes on to make sure, because you can't trust automation to make sure, especially not bulk automation, to do the job. That said, I mean, they're also talking about, you know, AI being able to do robotic surgeries, and we're talking about, in a lot of cases, just basic math stuff, right? I say basic, but machines do great at moving, especially in precision, as long as they can identify what they're working on, right? So all of that stuff being able to be enhanced and augmented by AI is great. Absolutely great. When the trash goes in the bin, we all win. When the trash goes in the bin, we all win. Where are the bins that actually work? Right? There's some trash, there's some bins. If we had bins that actually worked, CIG, that might make some sense. Anybody in the chat that's still a subscriber in the game? I just wonder if there were any subscriber-only paints. I don't know if I can even look at them without being a subscriber. Oh, that's right. We got a uniform and a t-shirt for the subscription flare this month, right? I'm afraid I'm going to get... I'm going to fall off the train. No, what the heck, dude? So that's what we got for the subscriber gifts this month, right? We got the Idris P t-shirt. We got the Invictus patch collection. And then, of course, you can buy, subscriber only, you can buy this same uniform that's been available for probably 8 fucking years. Right? I guess the 600i is the ship of the month. Needs a rework, bro. Nobody cares until he gets the rework. See, it's really stupid that I can't even look at it. This is CIG's idiot mentality, right? I cannot even look at the subscriber store, so there's nothing to tempt me to push this button. This is dumb. This is basic marketing failure. Oh well, I guess I won't worry about it. 'Cause no new money. All right. Dumb. Dumb, dum, dum, dum. Or they don't want you to see how crap it is. Well, that's what I'm gonna believe. That's absolutely what I'm gonna believe. It's like, well, it's garbage anyway. It's the same garbage they've been selling us. Right? Who cares? Who cares? You know what? If they just did the redo on the Vandal ships, then having the Scythe available, the new Scythe available as a subscriber, $20 subscriber ship, even that would have been an idea for me to go, well, maybe I don't want to cancel my sub. But that old Scythe, who cares? Right? I cannot believe you can't even look at the subscriber store. That's so bad. All right, Anvil, where are you at? Asgard.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following...
Really, a medium hangar?
Please visit us again.
I guess that makes sense. It's a medium ship. Guess I'm just a little annoyed to not have a large ship hangar to mess with, so that I'd have room, you know, to chuck a ground vehicle on the side. But that's fine. We can go elsewhere too. Hello? I guess it was actually moving, but it was not telling me. Elevator buttons that just don't work right. Typical CIG. Who cares if shit works? What difference does it make? I think it's a pretty cool looking ship. I like the Anvil dropship vibe. I do. Wow, she is longer than... I still think, though, that loaded, the rear landing gear are going to feel awkward. Right? Imagine there's a tonk in the back there. It's got to be heavy. I feel like the leverage is a little off on there. I think the landing gear should be further back. Maybe down underneath the engines almost, since that's where the lift power is. It's a long ass ramp for long ass vehicles, I guess. It is big. Guess that's a driver drop seat would be my guess. Yeah, I don't see any other interactable. Sub, you mean hangar clutter generator? It's a welcome change of pace to have a shallow ramp. Yes. Totally agree. Yes. And yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm not missing the crappy subflare being added to my inventory. Totally agree. This feels kind of like a waste of space here. Don't know exactly what would be a good idea to add here, but it just feels like there's a lot of wasted space here. It's like, did they, not put drop seats in here? To like not remove the whole purpose for the Valkyrie? It feels a little bit artificial. All this empty space. That's kind of cool. That there's a button for the ramp all the way up here. They really need to fix the tack. We need to be able to vault into the side ramps on the tack. Definitely one of the things I'm disappointed by. This ladder kind of sucks. On one hand, I get it. It's a hard door that can be closed and locked. But I do kind of feel like there should be a quick option, and ladders in Star Citizen are so bad. Weapon rackage. I assume these are suit lockers. I assume. I don't know what else they would be. Well, Shieldmaid's excited. It's payday.
Anvil Aerospace.
Holy crap. Look at those freaking shield pips. All right, let's see. I hope they're actually going to do the hover mode stuff again soon, man. I want these VTOL engines to be meaningful. The suffering of size 2 shield spam. I would kind of like to see, rather than a fixed VTOL mode, I almost think it would be better if it just reacted. If we're setting still, I kind of feel like maybe the engines should just settle down. If they rotated, or if maybe in VTOL mode they rotated, it feels so weird to do this kind of thing. And for the engines to just not budge. That feels really weird to me. I guess I just, I always want to see this kind of thing going on. And it almost never does.
Shields offline.
All right, let's go see if we can recover our corpse since that mission ended. I mean, not the corpse, but the ship that was in the backpack and the armor. stutter, 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 stall, stall, stutter, stutter, stall. Yeah, uh-huh. Is there any kind of hab area in the Valk? There's no hab in the Valk either, right? When do we get some kind of... Is there a hab in the Valk? There's not one in this ship, right? I didn't miss it? Four bunks in a shower? There is? Where is it? Oh, yeah, I came up the stairs and then didn't even look. All right. That's good. That is the one thing that I really hate about my my MX. You know, I've always hated this. I just want to be able to hop down. We should be able to turn this off or close this glass or whatever. I would like to see this as an option to turn this off. Just make it a air permeable force field, or if it's going to be the transparent aluminum steel shit, then make it a doorway we can open. Maelstrom, just break it. There you go. All right. Yeah, and now there's going to be the problem. Can I go someplace? Can I even get to my corpse? Since it's at a mission site that no longer exists. It's sealed, right? Yes. Right, I do like that. How come, where's my, what the shit is going on here? Can I please do something with the map? What is happening? Server crash? I don't understand. Hello? The map is doing nothing. Oh, dude. Oh, man.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
What the hell, man? Where's my fucking map? I hate this fucking game. Bruh. Where did my corpse marker go? I had a corpse marker. Where did it go? I mean, you know, not that it matters. I can't do anything apparently with the map. Bro, why do I even play this game, man? Why? Why bother? Nothing works. Nothing. Also, why am I rocketing forward now when I'm in decoupled mode? Why am I changing vector at all? Why was that stuck at full throttle? Wasn't in cruise mode. I wasn't touching the pedals. I know I'll have to relog to fix it, right? But I mean, I guess it doesn't matter anymore at all now anyhow, right? Is this my corpse marker? Or is this just part of this map icon? No, that's just part of the map icon. So I have no idea where my corpse went now. It just disappeared. I'm sorry, I clicked the home button on the... I clicked through the Mobi-Glass and turned my engines off? Bruh, CIG. I hate to keep using the word incompetence. Yeah, old bugs are still alive, bro. Is anything actually fixed? Anything at all? Is anything actually fixed? I mean, I have not had a problem with an elevator in a while, other than the fact that the buttons don't light up when you use them, which means, you know, you push a button and you pray. Right? So, what just happened? Something just happened. Did we change containers, maybe? Hey! Look, now we have a map again, but my corpse is still gone. We must have changed DGS, I guess. So maybe the previous DGS that my corpse was in died. Right. Yes, exactly. Yep. That's not a new problem. These bugs are so ancient, and that's the tech debt that we talk about all the time, right? There is so much shit that's been just broken over the last 11 years. There is no fucking way that they can get it all resolved. There's just no way. Impossible. All right, whatever. We will forget the notion of going to our corpse, because why the hell would we expect to be able to loot our corpse? I mean, you know, to be fair, we teleported into a rock anyway. Odds were pretty freaking good there was going to be no corpse to loot. Still nice to see some bugs are still there. Oh yeah, that's nice. I remember that one. That's cool. That's still a problem. Not. was just kind of hoping to. Of course, I don't remember them both mostly by name. All right, SF is the bunkers. MS is the. Yeah, that should be an outpost, right? I got that backwards. I can't remember. You can't look away. Thank you, AI. I was looking for that expression. Yes, morbid curiosity. Yes, watching someone stream Star Citizen does fulfill a lot of fodder for morbid curiosity. All right, I just wanted to land someplace in the daylight, man. Yep. Well, I mean, there's a lot of morbid curiosity for me playing the game these days. I keep hoping that something will change and it'll be like, oh my God, yes, we're finally on the right track. The last time I felt that way was when I jumped the wormhole for the first time, right? Pretty cool. 2 solar systems, server meshing is actually working. Yes. I totally felt the, yes, we're on the right path. I don't remember if I'm going to the right kind of location or not. How are you doing, Unknown Ghost? But you know, day to day playing the game, I don't feel that way because it's bad. It's hard to be excited over the same old shit. Getting into SE again, my condolences. Sarcasm, mostly. I just really want to see CIG just wake up and get it together, and for us to actually see improvement. One hell of a time last night in SE. Fun, good time. I'm hoping.
Shields online.
Hello?
Landing gear deployed.
Okay, there's our ground vehicle pads. Okay. SC it can be just so amazing. It really can. There's stuff that you can do in Star Citizen that you just can't do anywhere else, right? And I have a good time doing it. But I tell you what, when it comes to just general gameplay, Star Citizen is just so bad. It just is. It's a bunch of disconnected elements that just don't make any sense. The side glide, yep. Well, that's not the best landing ever, but it's on the pad. Hey, look, we actually had to pay for some fuel this time. What were we restocking? What on earth did we need to restock? I don't remember even launching a countermeasure. The guy that sold the ship obviously decided to do what? Open fire somewhere? I'm not sure. God, I hate ladders. I really just wanted to drop down the hole, but nope, not gonna let me do that. Yeah, that ladder type in particular, they're pretty bad. Ship blowing 2 fuses to killing someone with 4 red key cards. Nice. And they do mess up, yeah. Well, you know what? To be honest, all ladders in Star Citizen are terrible. That one's pretty bad. Although the worst one there for a long time was that stupid reclaimer ladder. I don't know if it still is, truth be told.
Stop vehicle retrieval system.
Can we know? Oh, there it is. Death ladder. Are you? I clicked the deliver button. Can we do it, please? Hello?
Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been Please visit us again.
All right. You did get a hit on the dude? It don't matter. I mean, as long as if it's all part of a team effort, that's what really counts, right? This is Star Citizen ground vehicles. You're fucking killing me, CIG. Lowrider, exactly. I was just thinking I should just go turn it on. Just, man.
Aerospace. All systems online.
I'm like, the way that they've got this pad set up makes no sense either. Why is this ramp right behind this this small spawn pad? And I mean, you know, it's because it's all prefab stuff and it's shit that they put together freaking 10 years ago that still hasn't changed since day one. That's the answer, I know. Can't tell how close am I. Am I piled up against the ladder? I think I am. There's like just barely room, is there? Right? I can't actually. Okay, I guess it's not as bad as I thought. How you doing, Lambo Track? Does it have that lift up crash wall for the vehicles? I didn't see one. I don't think so. Well, look. But I don't think so. Which is, you know, certain use for that. Oh my God. Holy shit. Good grief. That was a mistake to center it, I guess, right? This is the kind of thing that I just go, did CIG really plan this? And the answer is no, they did not. I could have sworn I turned the engines off too. All right, so if you park it in the center, you're going to give yourself grief, right? So we don't actually want to park it in the center. We want to park it slightly to the right side to make sure that we don't have a problem with that ramp. There's the drift. Stop it with the drift. Why is it drifting? Stop it. Seriously? It won't stop. It's one way or the other. Hello? What the shit, man? Oh, God, Star Citizen. I don't know how much y'all could see with it slightly. It's inching forward, inching backward, inching forward, inching backward. And usually if I just tap my pedal, tap my control, right? It'll realize it'll go, oh, never mind. It's zeroed out. I think everything is on 4. Shit, I don't remember what my pedals are. No. Come on, bro. Ground vehicles. movement. Okay, Z-axis input 4. Except I want it only for the ground vehicles. I can't do that, can I? That's why I haven't done it already. So irritating. Because I know I get zeroed, right, with my pedals by looking at my joystick gremlin, tools, input viewer. We'll look at both the, where are they at? T-rudder, axis current, and V-joist axis current, right? Here's my pedals, right? Zero. You see there's a little bounce on the actual pedal, right? But look at the V-joy. The V-joy is zeroed, right? That's why I built in a dead zone on the V-joy. So why do I get this weird drifty shit in the ground vehicles? Yeah, Asgard. I just want the game to fucking cooperate. And I do have a 10% dead zone. Anyway. I've said it. I say it all the time. I'll say it again. Everything about Star Citizen is a clusterfuck. Sometimes the clusterfuck continues to be entertaining anyway. But it is. It's a fucking mess. Yeah, I don't see any of the doors. I don't see any controls. I can close the ramp, which is cool. I like being able to close the ramp from the front of the vehicle. That's nice. And make sure I'm not actually crashed against it. Nope, looks safe. But yeah, I don't see any of those kinds of little mini walls to keep you from, running over the the ladder. I'm not going to lie. This whole thing feels kind of very Star Citizen 2, right? This whole thing. We go up a ladder, through a trapdoor, down a hallway, down a ramp to get in the pilot seat. And the pilot seat is what? The pilot seats in Star Citizen in 99% of the ships are the most engineered, over-engineered waste of time in the game. I would like to know how many seconds do we clock on sitting animations. Not sitting and piloting, but how much time does it take to sit? Right? You sit in the seat. If you're in, some of them are not bad. You think about the little RSI Aurora, right? Where you scoot next to the seat and plant your ass. But so many of these are you sit backwards and wait for the seat to rotate around and slide forward, etc., 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 etc. That shit, giant waste of time. I would be willing to bet that over the community, it's 1,000 hours a month wasted on those stupid sitting animations. That's not the button you wanted to push there, old man. Let's see. Actually, what guns do we have as the pilot? Where's my self-status? Where's my self-status cast? We have our our vehicle targeted, and we don't have a target status either. Why did it just do that? Okay, must have been a joystick gremlin thing that time.
Landing gear.
Seat animation is on the town. Yeah, the town is terrible. And you know, the thing is what did CIG talk about years and years and years and years and years and years and years ago, back in the dark ages, is that there would be a fast entrance and fast exit option. So if you were in a hurry to get into a seat or get out of a seat, it would be an option. Where's that option? I mean, there's plenty of room here in a lot of these, right? I actually don't know about this one in particular or the Valkyrie. Let's see if we can get close enough to find out. Up a little. Right? There's room to get in and out of that seat without moving it. Just like the Aurora, right? So give me the option to leave the fucking seat where it is and just scoot out. And then when I get ready to get in, I just hop in real quick instead of having to wait for a 3-second seat animation. All right, man, we got some firepower. Spippy. And we got the new Panther sounds, of course. Well, I assume these are Panthers. They might be Badgers. I like the little bit of shake from the weapons fire too. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's pretty cool. It gives you a feeling like you're doing something. Absolutely true, Camille. No, I mean, I've had my little mini tirades about this before. This is Star Citizen. Every time you get in and out of a seat and it plays an animation and you have to wait for that wannabe cinematic moment, it's cringe. It's like, oh my God, I'm under fire. I just need to get on my ship and fly away, please. No, wait, you gotta savor the moment. Savor the moment of getting into the seat of your ship. Savor that moment. It's terrible. Let's see. Let's go do... Of course, I don't have any ammo or any hydration or nothing anymore. I should have done all that. You know what? Let's first thing we're gonna do, right, is let's go to is it this server? Is that why I don't have a map? Is the Hurston area just bonked? Is that what we're looking at? Hurting. I mean, I'm on Hurston. So I guess maybe I shouldn't do anything in Hurston. Maybe I need to get the fuck out of Hurston. Let's go to Crusader. You know what? Let's just go straight to Seraphim. Let's get away from Hurston. Maybe the server is jank because of all of the kill the Polaris, hunt the Polaris bullshit. And of course the server didn't really die. Instead, it's just fucked up because that's Star Citizen. Can I please? Whoa. That was a solid 6 or 7 second wait before it actually quantumed. The new map, so much better. What a marvel of engineering. Saber these nuts. What happens if the coolers are up? I don't think it matters yet. Does it? Is Aristan still around? The professor would know. Let's see. Let's drop out of quantum. Because I don't I thought they did something that meant you had to have them. All right. We're turning all the coolers off. All right. Really? And where's that show? IR signature. Oh, okay. All right. So I'm assuming, yeah, I see it building up. It is climbing. All right. So it does do something. Will it overheat? Wow, it was spiking up to 60. So does it matter? Like if I just clicked a 1 on each one, will it eventually creep back up, or do they just need to be on? Because I know that early on, that's what people were doing, is they were just turning off all but one cooler and minimal pipping it. It does for missile locks and for detection ranges. So, I mean, you know, stealth is semi in the game now. Minimum cost. Okay. All right. So if I just do 3 with 1, I'd probably be fine for now. Whatever. I mean, we're just poking at the thing anyway. But then I could at least get 1 shield up to snuff, right? Yeah, the Asgard just happens to be 3. Okay. I like it. I like the new sounds on the Panthers. I like the cockpit shake during the fight. I'm not gonna lie. It makes it feel like, I thumped my microphone. It makes me feel like the guns matter, even if it does feel a little bit silly that the laser weapons are creating that kind of recoil. Or whatever. 2 Nightfall, 1 min power, 1 max. 2 Nightfall, 1 min power, 1 max. Yeah. I used to use the Nightfalls pretty regular in a couple of size 2 builds, right? Like the MSR with the stealth components, which was not really stealth, but at least it was a slightly smaller signature. And I think the Freelancer at one point I was loading with stealth components because it made a difference on the signature. That, and it just kind of tickled me to have a murder bus with sneaky components in it. Anyway, whatever. I like the look of the Valkyrie. I like the look of the Asgard. How many guns does the Valk have now? Has it got 3 as well, or is it just 2? Well, I said turrets, not guns. Most metafighter builds only use 1 cooler instead of 2. I know that was the thing that Virgil was doing for a while. There was only 1 cooler even installed in some of the builds that people were talking about. The Valkyrie, does it have 6 guns, or does it only have 4? Does it got 2 wing guns, or does it have 2 wing turrets that the pilot also has control of? Also, I guess we're back to this, where we can skip. Because now we're, instead of jumping to Crusader, we're jumping to OM5. Oh, hey! Hey, look! We must have changed DGSs. 2 size 3, 2 size 4. On the Valkyrie? Or on this? On the Valk, right? I don't think there's any size 4s on this thing that we have control of. On the Valk, okay. That's kind of cool. I mean, I have mixed feelings about them deciding to slave guns to the pilot, because you know, multi-crew ships really need to be multi-crew.
Quantum fuel is at 75%.
But at least the ship feels relevant if you don't have a crew now. Yes, right, exactly. I cannot wait till he fixed that, Lions. I hate that fucking bug so much. Blinds you for 5 seconds every time. Yes. No, I've been using it pretty regular, so I was like, oh, God. Okay, well, we definitely didn't make it to OM5, so I guess we did actually go to Crusader, even though it didn't show that as the target anymore. Although, you know what? We moved a long time. Let's go ahead and reroute to Seraphim, just in case. Yeah, we didn't even need OM5 anymore. Yeah, I like the Guardians because they're a good general use adventure ship, right? The MX is one of those, like, I went ahead and did the MX CCU, and I know I'm going to regret it because I'm going to miss the HAB. I missed the HAB from my QI. It just, you know, it wasn't super useful. Having a bed to log in is great. Yeah. No, I like it. I like it. It's a good ship for just general tooling around, doing combat missions, and anything where you can carry a box or whatever. I like it. Yes. So you could, yes, I get it.
Shields online.
Well, I mean, you know, no new money from me. I'll mess around with the store credit that I've got, but CIG ain't getting another penny from me. Not until we've actually got a game. And a game that not until the persistent universe is a game, let me put it that way. Because I've already paid for Squadron 42. I'm done paying for the persistent universe. They need to get their shit together and give us a game. It is supposed to be the year of playability and stability, and instead, it is the year of marketing and monetization. And that to me is tragic. All right, let's see if we can find something to do here locally. Let's make sure. Is the map actually working? Yeah, so it's got to be a DGS thing, right? Hurston just has to be fooked. What about an entrenched? Yeah, here we do. We'll do likely civilians. Try not to murder the civilians. All right, let's take this. And the other one disappeared. Mercenary. Provide backup. All right, let's go get some supplies out of the frickin' station though before I leave. Yes, I agree. Significant force modifier should be gated. Yes, I totally agree. I do agree. Right, because I mean, it's nice that, like you're saying, that minimum crews aren't quite as painful, but Well, I mean, it's the biggest ship in the game. Of course, it's the most pay to win. I mean, that's a given, right? I just want to see gameplay that is actually suited to the Idris and the Polaris. And I want to see overhead costs matter. That's the part that pisses me off, right? Is there should be a built-in balance in regards to small ships versus medium ships versus large ships versus super large ships. And that balance is overhead cost. A ship the size of the Idris should drink fucking fuel. Right? And if we actually had a fuel economy, maybe starfarers would have a use. But it's one more thing where CIG just, nope, skip it. We won't worry about that right now. And this is part of the reason that we have such soft, whiny, crybaby motherfuckers in the community. Right, exactly. I know, right? You spend 4 hours in the fucking cap ship and it's 1,200 UEC worth of fuel? Come on, man. It's insane. It's stupid. It's just stupid. I made the jump from Orison to Area 18 in the Razor and it cost me 1 credit, which obviously was not working as intended, but it doesn't change the fact that it's laughable. That jump that I just made was 1 point something K, right? Where's the expense for the freaking overhead? 25K just to ferry from the LZ to orbital. Yep, totally agree. And that's why people don't use that ship to do something small and meaningless. It is expensive. But CIG's just missing that bus. They're not setting that precedent. So of course these people that are flying around in a solo Idris are going to continue to expect that they can fly around in a solo Idris. Yes. Right. Yes. But we're never going to get there, man. I know I'm being very negative when I say we're never going to get there, but right now I don't believe that we stand a snowball's chance in hell of getting a a release candidate for 1.0. I just don't feel like there's any shot that's going to happen. I still don't have. Yep, my P8AR disappeared. The other day I was in my hangar. I went to go put my gear on, put the P8AR on, and then realized I forgot to put my backpack on. Put my backpack on, P8AR disappeared. Poof. Didn't drop on the ground. It just disappeared. So, thanks, CIG. You guys are on point, as per usual. Yeah, well, I mean, it's definitely a time sink sim, right? The time sinks are real. Absolutely real. They're missing the part, though, where the time sinks also need to be entertaining. All right. Pay to skip. Well, it sounds a little bit like the Star Trek Fleet Command model, right? If you want to make things go more quickly, you just throw money at it, right? Every mobile game ever, pay to skip. Yeah. Lux. Okay, we'll need to go back to the Galleria and then the hospital. Pay to skip has to be felt. All right. All right, our tractor beam is working. Our medical gun is working. I don't know who thought this was a good idea either. It's bad enough that people are always knocking over carts and shit to be in the way. The NPCs also being in the way, kind of irritating. All right, Galleria. You hate that you're liking the Asgard? Well, it'd just be a good ship to work towards buying in the game, right? Give you a reason to earn some credits. Or not. Oh, wait. No, I am where I thought I am. I'm at Seraphim. Okay. Backpack. Frag. P6. No, P8. SMG magazines. And arc light batteries. And AO3. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I just got to go to the hospital and buy some meds, right? Three AO3 max, the rest P8s. You know what? Whatever. We'll just leave those there. The arc light. All right. All right, to the hospital. I think that the insurance is going to be one of those things, right? Of course, I don't think that they really know exactly how it will work. Because, I mean, we're nowhere near having a game where insurance can matter. Right? We're nowhere near that game. Because really what it ought to be is it should be either your strip hull or stock components, right? And then if you have additional insurance that might cover your upgrades, then it should cover your upgrades. And I expect we're going to see something like a subscription insurance model. If you're a $10 subscriber, you get basic, essentially LTI insurance for as long as you pay, right? Stripped all. If you're a $20 subscriber, you get the LTI Plus insurance for as long as you pay, and it'll be the ship with all of the upgrades on it, right? Something like that is what it's going to be. And then if you don't want to subscribe, you'll just buy that coverage in game, and you'll pay your 1 million credits a year or whatever the cost is going to be. And it'll be the same thing. You'll either buy tier 1 or you'll buy tier 2. And if you don't have insurance, then it probably will be painful. And then, of course, also, there's the matter of when you have to claim your ship, how long do you have to wait? What am I doing? How long do I have to wait for it to be delivered? right? Because if your ship is actually hard deathed,
Just relax. Everyone here at Kelto RX is gonna take great care of you.
then that should be a thing, and I should have actually bought that to my backpack.
Be sure to stop by our pharmacy to get the quality medicines that you need at
Would
price.
Anthony Oddlock please contact the front desk?
Okay, give me a couple of these. And go ahead and give me one of those, even though I'm not fixing to carry it, because I cannot believe they made it share a slot with the fucking sidearm. CIG, you guys really are assholes. Just bind the buttons to the slots and let us choose what goes in those slots. This isn't rocket science, man. This is basic game UE. I guess we're gonna leave our hospital where it's at. I don't care if it's at Orison instead of Seraphim. Is my ship still in my hangar or not? I can't even tell.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Must still be in the hangar since it says it's unknown. I mean, God forbid the ASOP terminal tell me my ship's in my medium hangar. Sounded like something went boom. All right, let's see. Did we actually make sure we had everything? No, put that there. All right. Looks like everything's here. We have mags in our backpack that are working. We got our med gun. We got our fists. And we got our stabby stab. All right, we're set. Yeah. Yeah, usually what I do is if I'm wearing the green Mark IV, right, is instead of using the Morozov helmet, which I like just fine, but I'll usually use the Morozov brush drift that looks like it's got the steel faceplate with the 3 straight visors on the green one, and then again I wind up wearing the brush drift backpack to go with the green armor too, because actually I don't much care for the Mark IV backpack, partly because it's got giant fucking lights on the back of it that say, hey, shoot here. Can we please get rid of the lights on the armor, or at least give me the option to turn them off? Frankly, you know what those lights would be good for? Those lights would be good for if we could set a color, right? I could decide I'm going to be red team. I'm going to tell my squad I'm red team. We're red team. Everybody go red team. Other squad can go, okay, we're going to go blue team. And maybe we can not accidentally shoot our friends when the freaking party markers fail. Right? But we need to be able to turn those motherfuckers off, man. Nobody wants a freaking target right on their freaking chest or their head. They're so bad. That's part of the reason that the Morozov armor is superior in use to like this set, because there's no lights on the Morozov armor. The last set with the bangs, honestly, I actually hate that set. That's I mean, and aesthetics are totally subjective, right? But the whole thing to me feels like vanilla WoW raid gear.
Anvil Aerospace. All systems.
Right? Yes, you can sneak into somebody's ship with freaking lights projecting out. It's like, oh, hey, look, there's somebody in space. You may as well have a spotlight on them. right, let's get the hell out of here. Well, that missile turret is freaking significant, isn't it? There's part of me that wishes that that retracted, but I guess it's a big military ship. It really doesn't need it in this case.
Shields offline.
All right, and obviously our map is still set to freaking Seraphim. The navigation system continues to be one of the worst parts of Star Citizen. The star map's better than it used to be, mostly, but the navigation system is garbage. So bad.
Quantum drive is now off.
Would have rolled up on him and called him a little shooting star or something. I mean, you know, this bright red armor set that I'm wearing is a beacon as well, right? Especially going to do a mission like here. Especially in the daylight. It's like, oh, hey, look, there's a big red tomato, like dude was saying at Area 18. But there's something to be said for identifying when you are not trying to be sneaky. And the lights that you can't do anything with really doesn't help to clear things up because, you know, we've got X number of store-bought armors that we can't customize in any way.
Shields online.
I keep glancing at the mission description. I'm like, this is a ground bounty, right? It's an extraction, so it sure should be. And the lights in this ship are not great either. You would kind of expect that the ship would have great floodlights, but feels mediocre. We're actually approaching from the wrong way, but whatever. We're just going to park a little further away. You know what? Let's go over here behind this this rock, at least. Just in case. Oh, wait a minute. I could have sworn I just put my gear down, but I don't think the button took.
Landing gear deployed.
All right, so how crooked is the terrain? Pretty crooked. All right.
Engines offline.
This isn't the most overkill bunker run ever. I don't know what is. I went right by the other button that would have opened the ramp. I forgot about it.
Anvil, aerospace,
Whatever. This is Star Citizen, right? Oh my god. Holy crap. And you know what happened, right? As soon as I got out of the ship, that's when the physics decided to be a problem. I love this game so much. Star Citizen is amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. Would it be SC if that didn't happen? No, it wouldn't, Lambo. It wouldn't. It would be a completely different game that might actually be a game. Oh, man. I mean, the Nova's the Storm is the worst vehicle in the game, but the Nova has to be a close second. I mean, just go park a freaking Storm in anything without somebody being in the seat. It's like, oh my god. And the Nova's pretty awful too. Although the track vehicle skid steer is garbage. It's hot garbage. Absolute hot garbage. And it's a basic failure. They could make it 1,000 times better if there was a little bit of work done, but just disappears with break dances for no reason. Exactly. I mean, they're awful. So bad. Well, it's not just the brake that's the problem, it's the skid steer, right? Because if you're driving the thing, if you're driving the tank and you want it to go left, right? If you're sitting still, the left track goes backwards and the right track goes forward so that you get a center turn. Well, the problem is it does that even if you're driving at speed and you turn left a little bit, the left track still goes backwards, which is why all of the track vehicles wind up sliding all over the place, because the different sides that are driving the thing are fighting. All of a sudden, everything breaks loose and you slide. And obviously, that's not what should happen. The left track should just slow down a little bit, or the right track should speed up a little bit more. I'll tell you what would make the Tonk a vehicle I would use all the time is let me bind the left track and the right track to my joysticks. Left track on left stick, right stick on right track. I would drive the fucking tank all the time. I would definitely be doing the old battle zone thing, man. But the skid steer's garbage. It is a complete failure to understand how that vehicle should be driven. It's like somebody started off in the right direction and then forgot, oh wait, once I'm at speed, things change. As the Nova danced around in the hangar and blew up every other ship, that sounds exactly like what I would expect to have happen. Yep, it's so bad. I mean, ground vehicles really are the worst part of Star Citizen next to the UIX. And that's a shame. But the wheeled ones have gotten a little bit of improvement. Even the hover bikes have gotten a little bit of improvement. The tracked vehicles are just garbage. Let's see, I want to park on the hill and be pointed down to see if I can use the big turret to fire down on the anti-air turrets. Okay, now doesn't this thing have some kind of a parking brake on it? How do we deploy the legs? Does anybody know? Siege mode. Isn't there a way to do it? I actually have not ever used one before, so I don't even know. I don't see it though. Oh wait. And let's just exit. And maybe it doesn't work yet. I just, I see the legs down there and I'm like, does it really work? You don't think the feet go down yet? Okay, all right, bomber. All right, if I turn the engine off, will I roll down the hill? We seem to be stable. All right, let's see. Try holding B? Holding B, really? That would be funny. But let's see. Well, we can try it for sure. I don't hear anything happening. Let's turn the engines back on though. No, doesn't look like it does anything. All right, that's fine though. No, I appreciate you looking. I mean, that's Star Citizen, right? There's all kinds of stuff that just doesn't do anything yet.
Weapons online.
Where's the enter remote turret?
Online.
No precision mode? No zoom? On the turrets? That's a little disappointing. One down. I don't think I'm going to be able to get that one, though. That one's behind something. What about you? You would kind of figure they would shoot back. They should aggro on a ground target, although they should probably have the same kind of limitation as this does and not really be able to fire horizontal across the ground. I can't actually tell. I don't think I'm hitting the turret there. You know, that would actually make sense. I didn't even think to try that. We'll try that in a second. Yeah, I don't think that I'm hitting the turret there. Let's try. And would actually make sense. I don't know that I've ever seen it used. Nah, that doesn't seem to do anything either. All right, no big deal. All right. Well, so we know that we can blast the turrets. We kind of think that the everybody at the bunker would want to attack me at this point. You would kind of think that turret right there would be trying to waste me. We have a small remote turret, right? Whoa. Please don't ever turn on that freaking... I hate that shit. How come I don't have... I guess I didn't turn it on? Why do I not have guns? I got it turned on. I see power. How come it doesn't fire? Hello? Says I have 62 shots. Whatever. Why would I expect anything different from Star Citizen? All right, let me just make sure. I don't think I can use the big gun from the ground, right? Power cycle is a good idea, actually. I'll try that in a second. Can I please... Hello? Hello? It's not giving me any interact on the seat now. But this is Star Citizen, right? This is exactly what we expect to happen when we play the game. There we go. Oh my God. Oh, I can get it. Oh, no. Not quite. Oh, I can with the aim assist. The aim assist has it handled. There we go. Aim assist for the win. Server said, hold my drink. Yeah. All right, let's do the power cycle, though, and see if we can get the mini turret to work. I don't understand. Why that wasn't firing. Yeah, that worked. Can we drive? We can't drive while we're controlling the remote turret, which means that the Ursa rover still has the superior remote turret. Oh wait, I had the engine off. All right, hold on. Maybe I'm wrong. Ah! My guess is it would take me all day to do with this gun, though. I do need to hydrate, you're right. Could have been worse. It was pretty bad otherwise, though. A lot of time. All right, where's the bad guys? Where's the goons? Is there anybody over there? I can't tell because there's no zoom. Hello? Knock, knock. Anybody home? Is that my ship? It is. Why is my ship red? I guess because I'm hostile to the location, right? Shoot first, ask questions later. Yep. All right. I want a real armored troop transport version of this with some kind of med bed in it. What I would actually like is some kind of RV version of this, right? It would be nice if it had a tier 3 med bed, but one that would actually let you just stay on the planet and drive around for days at a time. Supplies, a bed we could bed log in. That'd be great. Hey, look, there's a guy. Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing? You're pretty dumb. There was somebody at the door too. I guess I got him in the barrage. Yeah, well, I mean, modularity would be the right way to go if possible, right? To just be able to swap out the back end. Obviously, this module has a turret gun and a big giant size 4 quad turret. You know, we've got the what's the other one called that has nothing? We got the ballista, and then we got the, is that the Atlas? I don't remember what the empty one is called. The Spartan, which makes sense. It's Spartan, but a Spartan, but I want a med bed, right? It could even be an ambulance version. I'd be fine if it was an ambulance version, but I also want one that has a bed log, right? I would do that. I would drop it. I would spend several play sessions just driving around Pyro 4 or the like, doing ground missions, trying to navigate. Of course, if we had actual compass navigation or the ability to set a navigation point, we could just drive around Hearst and visit every single POI from the ground, right? I could pretend that that's actual content, right? Oh, shit. Look at this guy. The balls of this guy on freaking selling, right? Or am I on yellow? I don't even know now. In a fucking shirt with a glowy tie and a ski mask. And some dude in heavy armor comes out of a freaking RV with the freaking giant turret on it. And he's going to let loose with his little gun. That shit's hilarious to me. Hey, who is this guy? This guy's got a Spartan helmet. What is that ugly ass? Oh, the CitizenCon 2947 with the illegal size 2 scope. What he should have done is he should have snuck on board my ship, right? And then waited for me and then ambushed me when I came in the front door. He was using a fucking sidearm too. That's hilarious. And I'm wrong. By the way, he didn't even have a ski mask on, did he? None of these guys do. Come on, CIG, bro. Oh, wait a minute. Since when is the atmosphere safe here? Where are we at? Mouse. Where are we? Since when is yellow a safe atmosphere? Is this because I'm near the bunker? Did they change the atmospheric composition of yellow? Yeah, but that's not safe. We need the nitrogen that's in our atmosphere. I mean, pure oxygen is only safe for so long. Not to mention, if it was really a pure atmosphere, shouldn't there be some really awesome explosions once you finally manage to set off an oxidizer? Yeah, but if I take my helmet off, it does give me a warning. All right, okay, whatever. Yeah, look at the HVA. Weird. All right, whatever, Star Citizen. Whatever, man. I know I used to be able to to hydrate if I needed to on yellow, but you would take health damage. You used to take health damage. It was not really high, but it would be damage over time. So you could run naked to your ship if you needed to. Oh, what did I just do? No, store. Whatever. Star Citizen evolves, right? Shit changes. I'm not really worried about it. It's just at least I guess that it's okay that these guys are all running around without armor. Unlike the Xenothreat guys on fucking Terminus, where they should be freaking an ice cube 5 minutes after they leave their base. Neutralize Pace Corral. Sounds like a racetrack. Let's go race at Pace Corral. Oh, no, I forgot I was not supposed to kill the civilians. Shit. Insta-fail. At least it was not the mission bugging out, though. I screwed up. I forgot. That poor guy. He was just trying to deal drugs. Meanwhile, this weapon has the wrong skin on it, by the way. This is supposed to be the Red Alert P8 SMG. All right. Let's fix that. Stop that. There we go. Now it's got the right skin on it. That's space magic. I'm really disappointed I did that. I totally forgot. I knew I was going to screw it up when I took the mission. Oh, well. All right, you know what? I have absolutely got to bio break. Did I actually close that door? I did. All right, give me 1 sec, y'all. I'll be right back. Oops, wrong button. I am back though. All right. I don't remember where I parked. Might help if I turn the engines on though. Where's my ship marker? Oh, there it is. No, I'm on yellow. Was I at Hurston? I was at Hurston earlier. The problem is that the DGS seemed to be having a hard time in Hurston. The map wasn't loading and anything else. That was where my course disappeared, so I didn't get to go recover my supplies and stuff. Oh no, it wasn't me. I mean, I would have, but it wasn't me. The side lights are interesting. Those should be separate. I don't think you'd want those on unless you were settled someplace to do stuff. Also kind of feel like for all the lights that are on this thing, they should shine a lot further away. I can't believe I shot that poor guy. I didn't even think about it, man. You heard Cadmium likes his bacon raw? Where's the punchline? I feel like there's a punchline coming. I don't know. I don't know what Scotty's talking about. I mean, strictly speaking, bacon is smoked, so it's not really raw. Or even salted. It's just cured salted, it wouldn't be raw. Right? Can bacon be raw? Poor old Crack messed him up back in the day. That sounds about right, too. Hey, look, we're not even drifting. Are we too... I think we're slightly too... Oh, there's the drift, but it stopped. All right. Good deal. Well, there was some good camouflage on them pants, man. Good old bouncy ground vehicles. some of the Wakela armor looks okay. I was looking at the stuff. I've done a couple of missions and not seen a single ace pilot yet, so I don't know that I have the patience for what amounts to ping and pray gameplay, except worse, right?
Online.
You got stuck?
Takeoff complete.
Got unstuck. Good deal. Yeah, I hear the orange level missions are the ones to do. So I should just stick with it and keep doing them. It's just, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's pretty clear, I think, that my patience for Star Citizen in general is pretty limited right now. Because there's always something. There's always something. Within 3 missions that you do, no matter what you do, there's always 3 things that are a problem. They may not be in one for each mission, but I swear, it's like, if you do 3 missions, there will be 3 little problems you have to work around. Whether that's something taking forever to spawn, or the navigation being difficult, or there being no markers, or what seems to be going on with all the patrol missions is this long-ass wait for it to go, oh, you're still doing a mission, hold on, let me find you your next objective. It's just, All right, we did take 2 missions. I guess let's go do the other one, which was just, I think, a regular bullshit security backup.
Shields offline.
I don't know. I'm thinking about go ahead and doing it and using it for running, the occasional NERSA powered ground content and small cargo stuff. Because the truth is that while I've got a Harbinger, I don't use it at all anymore because I tend to fly the Guardian instead. And the Harby is in such desperate need of a rework that is obviously not happening anytime soon. So I'm thinking about doing the CCU thing. I'll have to look at my list, though. Ideally, I'd like to do any CCU on something that's not inside the big pack, because it's really probably impossible to back off anything there. I wonder what this Crusader ship was up to, that he had to hide behind the rock to go to the security bunker. Of course, it could have just been he's just being careful. That used to be something we were always doing, too. Oh, wait. I know I put my landing gear down. I pushed the button. I must have pushed it again. Look at them. They're all just stacked up. Just totally stacked up. I'm probably lucky that some of those weren't security stacked up with the freaking crims. I should have parked it more sideways to see if I could use the door gun. Somebody's wrecked her over. You know what? I did a bunker mission the other day and I risked it and I hopped in somebody else's rover that was parked outside the mission. It was a Nursa and I didn't get wrecked by the turrets. So I'm wondering if they have tweaked the trespassing stuff. Right? It should be okay then, right? That's a good point, because you shouldn't fire at the ground vehicles. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think about it. Free scalpel, although I really hate them blue and white ones. With a passion. They're freaking ugly. And there's a there's another AO3. Where are the female NPCs? I still feel like we're seeing at least 90% male NPCs. Where's the female NPCs? Yeah, I don't like the stock optic either. Of course, I really like the one that's on the P6. The best. I like those in general. The only reason that I tend to wind up with the Tau 4s is the scorched ones, because they're so quick to ADS on. Damn. No armor, and that dude just refused to die. Wow. Security had a heck of a firefight out here. In the frickin' locker, of course. Of course. When do we get the unified clothing system, CIG? Like ever? Although I guess I could have taken that grenade to replace the one I used, huh? Oh shit, I didn't even have very many on me. All right, looking for loot boxes. Trying to get your favorite armor? Honestly, if it hadn't decided to dupe this set, because I refunded all this. I exchanged it, I melted it, whatever you want to call it. But because it had been tier 0 recovered, I got to keep it. I've got another set just like it in inventory at Orison. Otherwise, I'd probably just be wearing the green that's available at Seraphim with that other helmet. Which one are you trying to get? Scorch stuff's everywhere. I don't know why it's not installed on their weapons. Oh, the Elite Nighttail stuff. Nope, no. It's meds, at least, right? It's the only loot box I've seen. More meds. And wait, hold on. What we got here? Yeah, sure. We got... Oh, shit, I'll take all three, and that's a gold one, right? Yep. Another med box. All right. There we go. Topped off with the nades. It's a space game. It has its moments, right? All right, let me see what the Shield Maiden is looking at. She's looking at some flower. All right. Okay, my biggest complaint about the idea of trying to grab one of these Asgards to add to the fleet is there's no red paint. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I did not want to get on the ladder again. There's no red paint, man. I do feel like the Centurion has, there should be more lights. There should be more floodlights around the ships that you can turn on. Security lights, whatever you want to call them. Especially for something like a dropship. Not necessarily for the drop, because the hot drop you want to probably be as low key as possible. But for the cleanup and the pickup after the fact, well, this one is rented. I am still, I mean, you know, I've got store credit floating around that I can use to CCU one, and I'm thinking about CCU in my Harbinger, which I don't use for anything anymore at all except to steal the Jaeger off of, because I've been using the Guardian. Although the downside to the Guardian MX is not having a bed-to-bed login. I was already VTOL'd. I like the looks of it, though. Yeah, mid-sized trans. Yeah, I mean, I like it. Of course, they ain't getting no new money from me, though. No matter what. Okay, I hit the landing gear button. Can we do the thing, please? Does it not work when I'm in external camera? That's never been a problem before. No reason to not use the Hercules. Yeah, I mean, I don't use the Hercules because I just don't like the Hercules. But I agree, the Hercules is better at everything. And there is no overhead difference because CIG refuses to institute anything even remotely like believable fuel economy. Right? Because that should be a big deal. The Hercules is a fucking pig. It's big and it's relatively quick for its size. It should drink hydro fuel, and everything needs to consume a lot more credits worth of quantum fuel too, right? I mean, the only thing that this thing's really got going on is that it's pretty simple and basic compared to the Hercules. It's got like 1.5 decks, if you can really count that upper command deck as a separate deck because of the ladder, whereas the Hercules is got the one long thing, but it is the Herc's superior in every other measurable aspect. Yeah, it is a cool ship. It needs more. We need a reason to use ground vehicles. We need a fuel economy, right? And we need a fuel economy if the Starfarer is ever going to be meaningful. Not only the Starfarer, because to be honest, if there's no real fuel economy, then the only people that are going to use the Crucible and the Vulcan are going to be people who are absolutely shit out of luck and need to be rescued, or specialty fleets that are organized who want their own supplies, right? General players never going to use any of those ships because they're just going to fly to an outpost because it's only going to cost a nickel to fill it up with quantum fuel and hydro anyway, right? I have no idea when CIG is going to bring a little credibility to their fuel game. Overhead needs to matter. You need to choose something like this over a freaking Corsair, not a Corsair, an Ironclad, or a freaking Polaris or an Idris, because you don't need all that extra ship, and this is a lot more economic to run. But there's no balance for that shit. Absolutely true. 100% true. As soon as you add a ground vehicle to the mix, you are asking for trouble. And it doesn't matter what kind of ground vehicle it is, although if you were to use a tracked ground vehicle, you're definitely asking for trouble as soon as anybody gets out of the driver's seat. And bikes, you have to be careful about the hover bounce because you can absolutely hover bounce your way into the air high enough that you will slam down on the ground and explode. Not to mention, if you use like a Nox trying to hover up a ramp, if you better be at max hover height, otherwise you're almost certainly going to drag the nose and explode. Ground vehicles are in a little bit better state, unless of course you need to navigate, because there's no compass on any of the ground vehicles. Free cam, it should be Z. If you hold Z or tap Z. Mine is disconnected from the flight controls on the mouse, so I don't remember exactly. That's why I don't have to worry about it, but I think it's if you hold Z, it's free cam. It might be tap, though. It's an important thing to know for all of the beauty screenshots, of course. Why would you need to navigate? Who needs to know where they're going? You miss out on all the camera no clips and flies around. Well, that too, right? I desperately want some kind of terrain mapping, navigation, landing assist when you're close to the ground, something, anything. I do not want to feel the need to cam out when I land. I just don't, man. I hate it so much. We really, honestly, we need to have a situation where, hello? I tried to go decoupled and it kept switching back to coupled. Where you have to have drones or something to deploy to get this freaking external camera view. That really actually kind of annoys the shit out of me too. I don't know if any of y'all have been around long enough to remember, but there used to be some really, really hot, heated conversations about the external camera being just a cheat. Definitely. Right? It was all of the serious hardcore FPS. Stop it with the peeking around camera corners with the camera, through the walls with the camera shit. Yeah, right? It used to be something that this community took seriously. That was a long time ago now. Nobody gives a shit. And it's, I say nobody, obviously we do. So frustrating. Because you see it all the time. Especially the peeps that are doing the some of the most entertaining stuff, right? You'll see them. They'll be like, okay, we'll do our camera. We'll be on the ground. We'll pan all the way up here so that we can get this really good view. And they can't see me because I'm in the bush, but I can definitely see them coming, right? This happens all the time. It's the same thing. Where just imagine if I'm standing in front of a wall. Or right behind a wall. Who cares? Here we go. We're through the wall. That shit's got to go. And you could have all of that visibility with with drones, right? But the drones would be detectable and you could shoot them out of the sky and take that advantage away. But I don't think that the team is that serious Neo Sim team that it was back in the day. And, you know, even Chris Roberts is getting old now. I don't know how seriously he takes any of it either. And it's his damn game. Anyway, I'm up on a tirade. Again, shocking, I know. All right, let's find some kind of contract to do. You know what? Let's do something and see how we feel about the way the ship flies and shoots. Even though clearly it's not a dogfighter, it's yellow level. It'll be bullshit enemies anyway. So who cares?
Foxwell here. Thanks for taking the contract. Make sure to gear up before you head out on patrol.
Bro, I'm geared up. Shut up and just let's go. Mr. Walton there, Dispatcher Walton, he's annoying as fuck.
Walton with Foxwell.
He is very much trying to take away the crown from SAIC Dooley. He is super annoying. Absolutely. And of course, you get the thing where you get to the end of each stop and he's like, okay, everything looks good. And then 20 seconds later, he says, I don't see anything out there. Let's go. It's like...
I'm not seeing anything yet. I'm going to do...
Really, you're not? Because I see a neutralized target indicator right there, bro.
Hostiles inbound.
Hold on, I have a neutralized target marker and a rangefinder? Did they actually fix something? Oh, it's a hawk. Boy, I kind of feel like that hawk should be dust by now. Ugh, come on. Yeah, dang it. Well, that's what they're for. That's Anvil. Wait, she's definitely a fat tub of lard compared to anything smaller, but she should be. I love the feel of the pilot guns on this thing, I'm not gonna lie. The new sounds on the Panthers and the little bit of seat shake from the recoil, it is very gratifying.
Giving you the all clear.
Trying to replicate Tessa, yeah, but Tessa Bannister was hands down the best contact period ever. For all the reasons you just said, they just don't seem to. I don't think that the people that are doing the missions understand stuff the same way the old people that used to do the missions understood stuff. That's what I feel, truth be told. No real disrespect intended towards anybody on the team, but you know, the Tessa Bannister stuff was so good. You know, the whole thing with the creepy audio recordings and the mystery story, what's going on, and the reveal at the end with the freaking Van Duel was so good. The PI wanted one, another one really good. The little bit of audio clips, the little bit of reading, figuring out what's going on with the story. What we really needed was some follow-up missions to go with that, right? To find out who was doing what that was shady, that turned into an absolute clusterfuck. I would love to get some follow-up from that. PI wanted definitely a great mission. In a more modern time, the prison escape mission, not prison escape, the prison transport mission, pretty good storytelling. You know what's going on, you've got something to do, you've got multiple things you've got to check. It's not just shoot everybody and fly away. There's a bonus to be had if you think just a little bit about who the snitch was. And it's just falling off a cliff after that. It's like, go to point A, shoot and don't ask questions, and then go to point B, maybe scan, go to point C, blast something again, and you're done. It's just, it's so remedial now. It's very disappointing. And even within the missions from an individual contact, they're all totally disconnected as well, right? If you're going to have a contact, there needs to be something that infers some kind of a story, like Constantine Hurston, right? Is this poor kid just a cog in the machine? Is he incompetent and that's why he's hiring outsiders because he's done fucked up and he doesn't want to get caught for it? You know what I mean? Or is it just bad luck? I don't know what's going on with him, but I feel like there's some questions to be had. I mean, at least Clovis Darnley, we know he's a little bit of a shady character. But even there, we still don't really... Right, exactly. And I don't know if you were lurking earlier, but I was at the hospital. It was at Orison's hospital after respawning, after teleporting into a rock and dying. Anyway, and there was some vocal chatter with customers at the hospital trying to get their imprint refreshed, and eventually the nurses were like, "I can't help you. Yeah, you're done. Get out of here."
Mayday! Outlaws are attacking my ship!
So that stuff was clearly story-driven, and it was really interesting, but I guarantee you most people just don't even ever see it because we have been trained to ignore the irritating chatter, right? It's just as tone-deaf as all the data pads that didn't work for the last story. How about you actually get on the pip?
You've got to keep them off us so we can work.
Bro, what the fuck do you think I'm doing?
If you don't do something, that ship is toast.
Shields hit.
It's not my fault that Mr. Hawk is not interested in my ship. He wants to kill them. We're going to crash into an asteroid because this mission is definitely right in the middle of a clusterfuck. God bless it. Come on! You know, all of these missions that I've been doing today have been other ships, and now all of a sudden it's a Hawk, and of course it's something that's just nimble enough to be a giant pain in the ass. All right, let's see if we can finish off the Herald now that the Hawk is engaged on me. All right, there's one. Too close for the missiles that I have. Oh, come on, you. Oh my God, what was that?
Thank you. I thought we were done for.
I wasn't sure I was going to get it done, but we got it.
Fight's over here, genius.
Bro, everything's dead. Shut the fuck up, you punk. It's like they have all this lore and story outside on their website and all. Once you enter the game, it all vanishes. It's basically just shoot and kill. Don't ask why. There's a villain in this bunker. Insert generic reason. And you need to kill him. Except it's not even you need to kill him, right? There's a villain in the bunker. If you go kill 10 of his goons, then he'll come out and you can kill him. Why, I don't know. Right? I mean, that's it. It's just... And the other thing is that why would they hide the lore from us? Why would they hide it from us? It should be in our face. Where are the videos for the first Xenothreat stuff, right? Xenothreat video in our face at the space station. We're coming. You know? Humans first, blah, 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 whatever. We didn't have to go find a data pad someplace and uncover it. I didn't have to lurk in a hospital and listen to unhappy customers wanting to do their imprint. I didn't even have to read a loading screen when I launched the game that tells us all about the regen crisis, right? There was a freaking video for the event. And I get that they're trying to create content that they'll be able to do systemically, right? And so that we'll be able to add something that stays relevant in the game forever. That's their goal. Add one thing every month, and, you know, in 5 years, there'll be 60 new things to do, whatever. Right? But they can't hide this shit from us. You know, we have this thing called a Mobi-Glass, right? How about you make the journal relevant? News entries could pop up in here. Just imagine the regen crisis, pop, video, click, play. Right? Put an article in here about the regen crisis instead of hiding it in a fucking data pad on the floor where it doesn't work anyway. This is not rocket science. There have been MMOs that have quests and missions for 25 fucking years or more. I remember playing Ultima Online in the late 90s. You didn't hide the content. I just feel like the whole thing is being driven by amateurs that have zero fucking clue how to complete a game. And that is soul crushing to me. Yes, I agree. There seems to be a level of that, right? Stop making anything a secret. For now, at least. Just tell us a story.
That patrol. But don't go out low on ammo and other essentials. You might need them.
And stop it with the repetition. This guy doesn't need to tell me at every freaking point to make sure I'm not out of ammo. If I run out of ammo and get killed, then when I respawn, maybe have him point and laugh at me. That's what you get for not being prepared. That's it. It's supposed to be a game, not a second job. Now, I do think that an investment in time is an investment in the game, right? But it for sure better be worth the time that I invest. And right now, it is not. PvP is not a replacement for original content. If there is not PvE content for average MMO players to do, there will not be players to PvP with. Because eventually, all the PvEers wander off and do something else, and that means the PvPers that want to prey on the PvEers, or at least profit off of them, they wander off, and then once the PvPers wander off, the PvPers wander off. PvP is the perfect solution for PvP problems. It is not the perfect solution for content in your fucking game.
Scan is clean.
Oh, great. So these are the best parts of the patrol missions where there's just nothing to do.
Scans are clean.
I am pro PvP. I am pro open world. I like that no matter what I'm doing in the verse, a pirate could come along and try and kill me, right? I am, that's spice I want in my Star Citizen game, right? Ideally, I would like for the hot reds that show up to scan my ship and see, is there anything here worth taking? And then for them to do what they need to do to take it from me if it's there. Preferably there would be a negotiation in place first, right? Rather than just destroying stuff, because that's not profitable. I know. I know, you're right. And it's like, you guys keep acting like this shit is done, and it is not. All right, where's my... Yep. Start your new sci-fi MMO adventure today. We actually not going to finish the thing? What? This is Star Citizen right here. This is Star Citizen. Oh, there we go. Oh, I see. Okay, well, you know what doesn't make any sense? Why? Oh, I'm going to scroll down to go into the wormhole? No, man, come on. That's terrible. That's awful. That's awful. No, awful. Make it clickable, right? You scroll down. Give me something. I pass the mouse over and I get some kind of UE thing. Maybe it could just be the wormhole UE. I click on it and maybe nothing happens at first. Maybe I got to click and hold and then it finishes the loading bar that you get when you're ready to jump through the wormhole. And then it pops this stuff out. Right? Click and hold, not the scroll. The scroll is bad. Scroll's bad. Seamless universe. Ha! Explore Unbound. Whatever, man. This is all. Yes, the game is ready now. The game is ready now. It is not ready now. It is not ready now. And when Squadron 42 launches, best case scenario is it's a fantastic game. And all of these players are going to come over to this and they're going to go, what is this garbage? What is this garbage? I want a refund. Just no, dude. Can they be this blind? Can they? That's what I need to know. Because, I mean, the disconnect is real. Well, I know. I mean, I kind of have that question sometimes lately, too. I mean, there's a reason that there's a big Star Citizen refund subreddit on Reddit. Because a lot of people feel misled and ripped off. How's he doing? How's Mector doing? All I can think of when you say his name is Ree. He's alive. Well, that's good. That's good. You know, was I doing this combat? Oh, that's right. Never mind. I'm in nav mode. If offered, you doubt you would say no. I wouldn't. I wouldn't say no. If I was offered, I would absolutely take that offer. Absolutely. I would probably hang on to my alt account that has a starter account on it, right? Because I keep hoping. But yeah, all of that investment in time lost, yeah, I probably would. I absolutely would in a heartbeat. I could totally use that money for something else, right? Especially since our financial situation has crumbled over the years, not improved. But yeah, absolutely. I want to continue to take, and you know, I could safely tell somebody, if you were to buy a starter pack, a $45 starter pack, Star Citizen is worth your time and your money. You will have hours of playtime and be very entertained. However, it is still a buggy alpha development project, and you will run into bugs every single session. You can have a lot of fun regardless. So if that's what you're willing to do, do it. Do not spend more than the $45 on the starter pack. Don't do it. It is a trap. I agree. I agree. I mean, by and large, you know, even given the time and money that I've invested in Star Citizen, I do not really regret it. I regret that CIG seems to be completely mismanaging the end goal. That's what I regret. I don't regret Star Citizen. I'm still playing the stupid game, despite the fact that it's a steaming pile of shit some days, and it's a completely scattered list of objectives on even the best days. Right? But for your average gamer, nah. No, you don't want to mess with this. Watch somebody stream it. Save yourself a lot of trouble. It's a gold glitter covered pile of shit. Oh, man. SC players are absolutely desensitized, right? Absolutely. Because there is a built-in sense of exclusivity. There just is. That's the nature. You're not actually buying a game. You're backing a project, and you get to experience that project as it's being developed. That is that's what you hear from the community, right? Anywhere from it's an alpha to, yeah, but this is coming soon. That's the whole vibe that you get from CIG and the community, is you get to be a part of this amazing project that as it's being developed, you're on the ground floor. You're one of the first, even though we're 12 years in, right? That's the whole vibe. Yeah, right? I mean, you know, I get it. I do. I mean, this is not something that I discuss outside of this room. I mean, it's 11 years that I've been a backer, right? So it's not like there's ever been any giant, oh yeah, let me throw a pile in, because we ain't got it, right? But I think somebody would definitely be telling me, if there's any chance in hell that you could get your money back, do it. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, that's part of that conversation that we've been having is as cool as this stuff is, right? I love the spaceships. Of course, we're at night, so you can't see shit at all anyway. But I love the ships. I love being able to fly around in a ship and walk around in a ship and interact with everything. There really isn't anything quite like Star Citizen, although I keep saying, if the elite guys would just pull their heads out of their asses and do an expansion that was nothing more than make the ships walkable and traversable and multi-crew, right? If ships suddenly had a real interior in Elite Dangerous, I would probably go play some Elite until Star Citizen figures its shit out, even though I'm not really a huge fan of some aspects of Elite. It's the immersion that I feel being able to be in Star Citizen, in the ship, on foot, at locations, in space, and do the very limited somewhat broken content that's available in Star Citizen. That's what keeps me flying. If I could get that in a game that's more complete, it would save me a lot of sanity. And I think that Elite would be a real contender for upsetting the balance with CIG and making them realize they need to get their shit together. Right? But if any other game studio came along, because I mean, it's not like you even have to promise 100 solar systems at launch anymore, right? CIG says we're only going to get 5 in a 1.0 release candidate. Plenty of POIs, don't get me wrong. I don't actually have a problem with there only being 5 in this proposed 1.0 release candidate, because I think once they get to that point, we'll see new planets probably every year at least, maybe even twice a year, because there's a whole studio set up to do that stuff. But we're nowhere near that foundation. I mean, we just aren't. I can still every single day go to my hangar and get ready to spawn a ship or something and have some kind of issue with the hangar. I mean, like I told you guys the other day, right? I had my Star Lancer TAC full of loot and vehicles. Didn't have time to store the loot, to secure the loot at the space station. So I stored my ship. Log out, next day, log in, spawn my ship. Where is it? It's under the pad. Under the pad. Hit the store button, ship destroyed. Everything that was in that ship, the hour I spent fighting with the broken ass loot system to fill it full of good shit that I wanted to keep, gone. Gone because CIG does not know how to make ship spawning in our fucking hangars bulletproof. Until they pull their heads out of their asses and fix shit like that, we are nowhere near the pipe dream of a 1.0 release candidate. I know that you're very critical about particularly the lighting, Camille, and you're not wrong. But compared to the options, I mean, let's be real. Starfield is not breaking any barriers when it comes to being a super modern title. Elite Dangerous is not crushing anything when it comes to being a super modern title. There is no real competition for Star Citizen that looks any better than Star Citizen, right? I mean, the only other game that you could compare on the level of art and say, you know, hey, here's a Star Citizen killer is Star Atlas, and that ain't killing nothing. Because there's nothing there. Star Atlas is vaporware. Star Atlas is, and you know, there's people that are going to disagree with me. Star Atlas is the money-grabbing bait that everybody thinks Star Citizen is, with a heavy dose of fucking crypto mixed in, right? That's the Star Engine. Star Atlas is it's about making the money, period. Unfortunately, it feels like that the team is getting lost in that mentality, and I don't know who it is that's actually driving we got to get more money from marketing nonsense at CIG, but there's a fucking element there for sure that is only interested in cashing in. When the Polaris was released, we tried to take it out. We called for the hangar door, and before they opened, the game ate the ship, and it was in an unknown state with a huge reclaim timer. If we did not have a second one, we would have just quit. Yep, that's it. That's Star Citizen, right? It's just like yesterday, the reason I rage quit Star Citizen, right, is I was doing this, talking to you guys. We were watching the recent videos about the TAC and the MX. And just as I come out of the video and close the window, I do this. I sit at the seat. Pretty sure I had already hit my pedal to thrust forward to make sure there was input so I didn't get AFK'd, which I had done a couple of times while watching the video. And what happened? I got 30K disconnected. Not 30K, but 30K 29, whatever the timeout. I got the timeout. I got kicked out of the game for being AFK, right? With a ship, with 2 vehicles in it, with a box of loot in it, So, of course, what happens is I go back to menu, I log back in, and I'm back at my station on a different server with no way to recover my ship or anything that's in it. It was just one thing too much yesterday. So what did that get me? That's what that got me. Because the promise of Star Citizen is dismantled by the reality of Star Citizen. And the AFK timer is a great example. CIG wants to pretend Star Citizen is an MMO now, right? Right, yeah, exactly. God forbid you focus on anything other than the time sync simulator, right? Okay, now here's the deal. AGS in New World has a really, really, really shitty, awful, god-awful version of the timeout timer, right? And when you're playing New World, the only thing that resets the AFK timer on New World is AWSD and spacebar, right? If you move, it resets the AFK timer. You can do anything else in New World and you can still get AFK'd. You can be on the auction house, the trading post. You can be in the transmog thing. You can be in chat actively talking to people left, right, and center. If you spend 15 minutes doing any of that stuff, you get the AFK warning. Now, at least AGS has a box that pops up on the screen and says, "Are you still playing? You appear to be AFK. If you are inactive too long, you will be disconnected." And there's a bar that slowly empties on that box to let you know you're going to be disconnected. And again, this is one of the worst examples I have ever seen of AFK timeouts in an MMORPG, and I've played a bunch of them, right? What's worse? Fucking Star Citizen, which has absolutely zero warning whatsoever. None. There's no audible alert. There's no visual alert. There's no clock anywhere. There's no nothing. You get AFK'd completely blind. So CIG, quit pretending that Star Citizen is even remotely like any MMO ever, because it ain't. It's a development project that is still a scattered, disparate, disconnected collection of features and bugs that is not even remotely a coherent game. Yeah, can you imagine being surprised that most claimed ships are not destroyed? Can you imagine? Come on. Tell me you don't play your game without telling me you don't play your game. And that's the problem. That's the problem with the development team right now, right? Is they are driven, directed, controlled, and censored by people who do not play the actual game. I mean, we've had the conversation umpteen million times, right? I want to see a stream where Chris Roberts plays Star Citizen on the live servers anonymously for 2 hours. Give me 2 hours of Chris Roberts playing the game on a live server on a regular account. It doesn't even have to be live, although ideally it would be live, but it needs to be pre-recorded and completely uncensored. I want to see the raw video of Chris Roberts dealing with this fucking game. I guarantee you there'd be some shaking shit up. Shit would get fixed. Either that or Chris just doesn't give a shit anymore. Because, I mean, the state of the game really is bad. It's bad. Is there good stuff to do? Yes. Can you have fun? Yes. Is it amazing when you play it, no matter what you're doing? Yes, it's pretty amazing. Is it a buggy pile of shit? Yes. Both things can be true. Playing the game, not demoing cool graphics. Yes, Star Citizen is a great screenshot engine, right? It's a great video clip engine. Sure. But try and play the game, right? If it works for you, right? Like I could probably do these patrol missions all day long, right? Just do that if that's what you want to do. It's going to be the same thing over and 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 over until you're dead. It's the same thing. The shit that works, it's the same stuff again and again and again. And the real problem is, it is the same stuff in exactly the same place again and again and again. That's the part that really sucks. That's the problem, right? Because I mean, you know, I played City of Heroes, City of Villains, COX, whatever you want to call it. I played the shit out of it, and it was what? It was doing the same things again and again and again and again and again. But you did it at different locations. There was a slightly different story. Same thing when I played Defiance, right? It was a game that was essentially do the same thing again and again and again. There was a couple of different kinds of little events you could do collectively, but it was at different locations. There was different story elements, right? It doesn't take a lot to take a complete, utter, boring grind and make it content that you want to digest. Oh, we see what happens when he runs into an issue. It must be this. Yeah, there's something wrong with this computer. There's something wrong with this computer. Yep. Detox has got that clip. It gets played all the time. There's something wrong with this computer. There does have to be an end in sight. There does, right? There needs to be a 1.0 release candidate. They just need to have a foundation that's good enough to say, okay, we're going to call this a live product and we're going to move forward. And if shit is broken, then we're going to try and give you some kind of compensation to make up for the fact that it's broken. But we're going to keep moving forward. We're not even moving forward. We're spinning in a circle, right? Hey, flight model. Nah, it's no good anymore. Let's do it over here. We're gonna go this way with the flight model. Nah, that doesn't work anymore. Let's go over here and do this with the flight model. Nah, let's do this over here. And it's round and round and round she goes, right? Hey, look, there's something different we're going to do. Hover mode. Oh, no, that was too hard for everybody. Turn that off. But what are we talking about doing now? Hover mode V2, right? Flight mode's in flux right now because what? Because we still don't have atmospheric tuning. We don't have atmospheric control surfaces. We still don't have quantum boost, which is supposed to do away with nav mode. It's pretty significant stuff. Where's engineering that was supposed to be released at the beginning of the year for 4.0? Coming soon, right? We're supposed to get the first iteration of engineering that we get to play in 4.2, which is also supposed to include the first probably placeholder iteration of some kind of armor / maelstrom. Sounds great. We'll believe it when I see it. Right? When it's in the game in live, I'll believe we have some form of engineering. I'll believe we have some form of armor. I'll believe we have some sense of balance at some point when we have some sense of balance. I call bullshit on all of it at this point. Right? I don't believe anything until it's in my hands. And then I only believe it for as long as we actually still have it, while I expect it all to change again anyway. Right? Meanwhile, wait a minute, where is it? Hold on, let me do this. Let's move away from everything. Where's my all right, here we go. Hold on, where is it? Okay, here we go. Right, here we go. Meanwhile, we're supposed to take this seriously. Sounds like this is... Wait, hold on. This is obviously filmed from somebody at the con. I don't want that. I want an actual... Give me 1 second, yo. Is this the real one? Where is it? Yeah, here we go.
I want to share some exciting news about base building and crafting in Star Citizen. This is a big part of the game that many players are looking forward to, and there's a lot.
Right, and we start
into chemicals, ships.
We start with them talking about bases, right? And then you get all the way to the end of this shit.
Once inside,
and then we get this fucking pipe dream, right? Where is it? Then we get this fucking pipe dream, right? I mean, are we supposed to take this shit seriously? I saw this at the end of CitizenCon and I was like, this is 25 years out. Why are you even showing us this shit? This was the biggest fucking dose of hopium and copium fucking ever. And to be honest, it was so large, jumping the shark, that this should have been happening 5 years from now, right? How are they going to cap this year at Virtual CitizenCon? How are they going to top this shit? What are they going to promise this year that's going to surpass this notion of fucking integral, interwebbed fucking space stations that players and orgs can control? Yeah, they can just, launch a ship and say, hey, here's a new ship, right? Yes, I believe it. Totally believe it. Oh, BMM, guess what? We actually finished it. Except, of course, it probably isn't actually finished, but it's good enough, right? I mean, it's just, how are we supposed to take the project serious when they do that? I don't know how. I just don't. Because, I mean, we don't even have orgs in the game at all. There is zero in-game org presence. There is no tag that you can show. There is no way to investigate or scan a player or their ship and see, oh, hey, that's Shadow Moses. Oh, hey, that's the Blue Buckets. Oh, hey, that's QQOP. There's no way to know because there's zero interaction with orgs in the game. There's not even a communication channel for your org. There's nothing for orgs. So how the fuck are we supposed to believe that there's going to be these PvP wars where orgs control the shield generators at some planet, someplace in the verse? I can't believe that shit. That is fucking vaporware. That's more vaporware than Duke Nukem 3D ever was. Right? Nonsense. Complete nonsense. So, I mean, that kind of shit. That's where the focus is. Bullshit. It is the season of fucking marketing and monetization. I do not even know, dude. Working group mechanics, right? Just imagine party mechanics. Imagine you have a party and all of a sudden all of your party members' ships actually show as yellow, orange, blue, whatever color you choose, purple penguin, right? So that you can visually see, oh, hey, that's my party member. I mean, we just barely have the green arrow over your head that shows, oh, that dude's got the same mission as me. That's what they'll launch. Working social system. I'm not going to lie, that would actually be pretty significant. But they're not going to launch it. They're just going to tell us. They're going to tell us, look, this is the new social system. It's going to have all these features. It's coming next year, right after we get system X, Y, and Z done, and system QQ is in PTU right now for you to try. That will get to System Z, that will give us System Y, that will allow System X, so that we can start work on the new social system. Coming soon, guys. We hear ya. You want cooperative gameplay and communication channels. I mean, come on, man. Fuck, yes, play now. Get your starter pack with a new price of $99.95. Complete with the Mark 47 Mustang, fucking, I don't even know, right? I wanted to throw something like Gamma or whatever out there, but we've already got that. I can't think. Mustang Epsilon, there you go. Complete with the Mustang Mark 47 Epsilon. Yeah, subscription required for new social system interactivity. Whatever, dude. It's so painful. So painful. All right, you know what? All right, I think I'm going to be done for today. We're going to see if we can bed log in this thing. Let's see. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to get some food. I'm thinking about making me a killer bowl of ramen. And I got to figure out what the Shield Maid's doing, because she's trying to buy garden equipment. I mean, you know, I like to believe that people understand that the only reason that I get this worked up is I'm passionate about the project, because I am. Right? It continues to, even as buggy and screwball as it is right now, there's nothing like it. Right? There is no real competition for Star Citizen. Are there replacements that will let you scratch a slightly related itch? Sure. You can go actually explore in Elite Dangerous, right? You can fly around the verse sort of kind of and do trade and stuff in EVE Online, which is trying to have a resurgence. As a matter of fact, we know there are content creators who left Star Citizen. They've stopped doing Star Citizen again, and they're over doing EVE, which is a game that's far older than Star Citizen and is even older than Elite Dangerous. So it's not about the age of the communities or anything, right? You can go scratch your RPG itch in space in Starfield, and loading screen jokes aside, right? Yeah, and see. Yeah, and all that's cool. I mean, I've done a little bit of other space games. It's just none of it is the same as Star Citizen. There's no other one I can think of where I can do the kind of stuff that I can do on the ground at outposts and everything and in asteroid bases, and then hop in my ship and haul loot into it and fly away and go do something completely unrelated. You know, it's all different, right? But it doesn't matter if it's garbage. Yeah, I mean, that sounds cool. It just doesn't, the reason that I never really got invested in EVE, yeah, I played the EVE beta for a while. And the reason I never really got invested in the game is because you were essentially your spaceship with an avatar picture. And I want to play an MMORPG where my character is my character. And if it's a space game, then a space station, then the spaceship is a piece of equipment, right? It's like armor or a weapon. So I never could get invested in that. I kind of wish I had in some ways, because it being, space spreadsheet stimulator sounds bad to some people, but I kind of like that kind of logistic gameplay. But Star Citizen scratches a whole bunch of other itches if it would just fucking get built. But the problem is it's not getting built. Right? That's the problem. Anyway, I am going to get out of here and go deal with life and stuff. I'm going to take the easy bailout, and we're going to raid Detox again, assuming he is actually still alive. Yep, because him and the rest of the immobiles, which in full disclosure, I am within the ranks of the immobiles. That's my only real org that I'm tied to that does stuff that I like to do. Someday there will be a space biking a guild that maybe I'll actually do something with. But we're going to raid Detox and see what he's up to. And I'm going to get out of here. And today's Friday, so this weekend I do not almost ever stream on the weekend. And let's see, we'll be on 11 days till Dune on Monday, which is when I'll see y'all Monday. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate the conversations. I appreciate y'all's tolerance for my rants. I think it's maybe a little bit crazy for y'all to encourage me in my rants, but I find it all very entertaining anyway. So I appreciate y'all being here. Y'all have a good one. Remember to stay safe and stay healthy, because being sick sucks. And I'll see y'all around the verse. Have a fantastic weekend. All the love, y'all. Thank you.